I would like to welcome you all to the 18th Greener Shipping Summit, organized by Newsfront Naftilιακή under the auspices of Martekma, Greece's most powerful technical body. As you know, Martekma was recently awarded with the Technical Achievement Award by Lloyd's Greek Shipping Awards. I would also like to thank our keynote speaker, Mr. Dimitris Pafalios, the conference chairman, the moderators, the panelists, our sponsors, and of course, all our delegates who have made this event a great success. I don't want to take time from our distinguished panelists who will enlighten us about the latest developments in new technologies and education. Before going, I would like to remind you that the next Greener Shipping Summit will take place here again on Tuesday, November 11, and please make a note of it, and I hope I will see you all there. It is now my great pleasure to give the floor to our conference chairman, George Kriazis. George.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to commence the conference today with Mr. Dimitris Pafalios, who is the President Director of Pafalios Shipping and is an honorary chairman of Intercargo. He has been 6 years as the chairman of Intercargo, and he's also the secretary in the board of UGS. So let me present Mr. Pafalios.
Thank you. Thank you, George. Thank you, Natasha, and esteemed and honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Union of Greek Ship Owners, I would like to warmly thank the organizers and the sponsors for allowing me to make some opening remarks for this summit. And this is a summit which is highly relevant in the shipping industry's path to decarbonization. The UGS represents the large and diverse Greek fleet operating on long-haul deep-sea trades, predominantly in the bulk, oil, gas, tramp sector. And there are three important challenges: maritime decarbonization itself, education and training, preparing the next generation, and challenges and opportunities in the digital era. Now, the shipping industry is at a crossroads, facing mounting regulatory pressures to reduce emissions. And the EU ETS, the Emissions Trading Scheme, and the Fuel EU Maritime Regulations, as well as the expected IMO midterm measures, require immediate action. New technologies and new fuels will play a crucial role in the decarbonization process of the industry. The successful transition to new technologies and alternative fuels hinges on comprehensive retraining for seafarers and shore personnel. Mariners must gain the skills, knowledge, and experience to operate advanced technology systems and manage new fuels safely. Improper handling could pose significant risks to seafarers, to ships, to communities, and to the environment. A health and safety first approach must remain a strong guiding principle throughout the industry's transition to zero emissions. And according to a recent and frequently cited DNV study, approximately 800,000 seafarers will need additional training in new technologies and alternative fuels by the mid-2030s. The just transition of shipping to decarbonization must prioritize seafarers at the core of the process. All stakeholders, particularly the IMO, governments, ship owners, and maritime education providers, should collaborate to ensure upskilling and reskilling opportunities are available for seagoing professionals worldwide as the industry works towards its decarbonization goals. Now, as we progress and embrace new fuels, technologies, and digital tools, including artificial intelligence, safety must remain paramount. The safety of our people at sea, our vessels, and the protection of the environment. Technology and sustainability should never come at the cost of safety. We must ensure that innovation strengthens rather than replaces human expertise on board. The transition to sustainable energy requires a skilled workforce, and without enough qualified seafarers, the industry cannot function effectively. As we implement major changes for ship systems and adopt innovative solutions, adequate training is crucial for both crew members and shore personnel. And existing personnel must receive continuous training to adapt to rapidly evolving technologies, ensuring safe, efficient, and compliant operations. Now, the first phase of the comprehensive review of the STCW 1978 Convention has been concluded with the identification of over 500 gaps that will require further consideration during the revision phase. Every effort should be made at the IMO to complete the revision of STCW promptly, ensuring its continued role as the sole international instrument governing training, certification, and watchkeeping for seafarers. Universities and research institutions would benefit from maintaining ongoing collaboration with shipping companies, equipment manufacturers, and class societies to continuously assess and address emerging gaps and evolving needs in education. Simulators, VR, and AI-powered training will play a crucial role in upskilling seafarers. However, it is important to resist the temptation to replace seagoing experience with shore-based simulation and technology tools, particularly at the management level where hands-on experience remains invaluable. But let us not be under any illusions. Our seagoing professionals are all starting from very different levels of preparedness. Let's compare, for instance, a seafarer on an LNG carrier compared to those on a simple bulk carrier or a general cargo ship. Finally, the challenges and opportunities in the digital era and cybersecurity threats are a growing concern. Mariners and operators need training in order to mitigate risks. With the rise of AI, machine learning, and digital twins, we must ensure that these advancements complement human expertise rather than replace it. Digital transformation should not lead to over-reliance on automation, but should be accompanied by robust training programs and cybersecurity measures. But the opportunities are also bountiful. Increased safety, better living standards on board, improved training and health support, and improved efficiency leading to reduced emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and please enjoy this excellent summit.
Thank you, Mr. Fafalios. I would like to introduce our first panel, which is about enhancing maritime education for next generation seafarers. And I will invite Mr. Takis Koutris, the moderator, to start this panel discussion. Thank you.
Good morning to all from our panel as well. Apologies for my accent not being like Mr. Fafalios, but I hope that I will get myself well understood. Normally, I have been participating and moderating panels after lunch. And that was really good because all of us, including myself, were taking short naps. Now, regretfully, I'm moderating the first panel, and I see a lot of young people here, alive and kicking. So we have to be careful, and I have to follow strictly my script. We all know that the maritime industry has always been performing in an environment of fast changing regulations and fast changing technology. Regulations which are applied not uniformly worldwide, regulations which trigger new technology, technology which is developing fast on its own, particularly if we speak about electronics. And we have examples from the past, from Bilge water separators, oil discharge monitoring equipment, intergas system. Then more recently, we have the electronic engines, the scrubbers, the ballast water treatment system. And more recently, currently, you have this storm of regulations related to environment, and have introduction of alternate fuels, as Mr. Fafalios said. We have the carbon capture technology. We have the big data management, the digitalization. All this is new things, new competencies. Training has been traditionally one of the measures taken to ensure that our seafarers keep up with the developments and they can cope with the new things to come. Training also on its own has developed, taking advantage of the advances in technology. In my age, we had the traditional classrooms, then we had e-learning, we had the internet explosion, we had the internet search machines. The information now is available 24/7 any place. So all these developments are tools which facilitate the learning process for our seafarers. Now, we have less than 90 minutes to elaborate on the topic that Mr. Krisi said about enhancing maritime technology. For any question you might have, you can interrupt us anytime, or you can take notes and provide this question later on at the end of the panel or at the end of the summit. And anyway, I think Mrs. Vasilaki will be there to address the questions and the answers, if later on, you. And let's go straight to business, introducing our esteemed panel. All of them are holding key positions in what is related with human education ashore or on board. And we have from the left, Mr. Alexandros Arabatzoglou, vetting manager, LATSCO. Πες και καμιά καλημέρα να δω ότι είσαι εσύ, αγοράκι μου. Then we have Mr.
Καλημέρα, good morning.
Natos. Then we have Mr. Dimitris Fokas, training manager, Angelikousi Shipping Group. He was ex-chairman of Human Element Committee and now is co-chair in the Intertango and OKINF steering group.
Good morning, everyone.
And Mrs. Venetia Kalipolitou, who is chairing the Human Element Committee, Human Element and Shipping Committee in Intertango from Tsakos Group.
Kalimera, good morning to all.
And now we have to turn to the right. I think it's Mr. Woo Sun Kil. He's not a killer, but he's Korean. He is Artificial Intelligence Convergence Center, R&D Division, Korean Register of Shipping.
It's an honor for me for having you. Thank you very much.
You learn to say Kalimera. Kalimera, you don't say Kalimera. And then Mrs. Katerina Pala, Head of Global Marine Training in RINA.
Hi, good morning, welcome.
And Mr. Konstantinos Triantafylou from HELMEPA, the Environment Flavor.
Kalimera, good morning from me.
So what we will do, we will start with a 10 minutes appetizer. The appetizer will be offered by Mr. Killer. Mr. Kill, you have 10 minutes,
Yes, yes.
Otherwise we will kill you. You go to the point. He will introduce us to what Korean Register is doing about the subject and what they will do.
Okay. I should start with Kalimera. My name is Woo Sung-kil, a principal surveyor working at the AI Conversion Center of Korean Register. It's an honor for having your time in this time. My topic is ship familiarization training with virtual reality. So I'll introduce the overview and the reason why KR use a virtual reality-based training for junior level surveyor, and introduce the KR developed the KR Real 360, which is a ship familiarization training solution. Not only ship surveyors, but also ship crews should know a lot of things, such as constantly changing operation procedure, regulation, rules, and guidelines. In particular, as decarbonized and digitalized ships have become more common in recent years, there are greater needs for systematic training tools for familiarize new ship system. For most of the training courses consist of 2 stages so far, the theoretical training and the practical training. In the theoretical training, trainer and trainees are gathered in the classroom. The trainer teaches about the theoretical background of ship structures, design, and operation process with a textbook, PDF, video, presentation slides, and other training material. The trainees focus on the theoretical background, but it is very hard to get the information about actual context of the equipment operation, and it is limited on-site realism. After theoretical training, trainees gathered at the onboard ship, and they have on-the-job training. Trainees get knowledge about arrangement of the components of the ship, actual operation of system, and risky spot for safety. But it is hard to match those operation process with theoretical background which they once get in the classroom. Moreover, the training time is limited because of the ship schedule. So in order to compromise and reduce this kind of limitations between theoretical training and the practical training, we use the virtual reality. With the precisely reconstructed virtual ship, the trainees can integrate the theoretical knowledge with actual ship environment. The ship reconstructed as a digital twin, trainees can get the context of ship operation without the time and space limitation. So there are many kinds of methods to reconstruct the virtual reality ships. For instance, the 3D CAD model from the shipyard or equipment manufacturer, 3D capturing using LiDAR sensors or multiple camera sensors can be used. Since we should consider for virtual reality construction time, and the cost, we choose the 360-based virtual reality reconstruction. This is a part of the upper deck of the LNG carrier that is reconstructed as a virtual reality. Following the mouse operation, it can be rotated and view around of the ship. And we click the arrow on the floor. We click by the arrow, we can go there, and we explore or touring all the ships. So in this manner, as you see, we use the 360 camera, which captures the view of the whole direction at once with 6 cameras. Those images are stitched panoramic images for building ship virtual reality. for capturing the virtual reality images of whole ships, it takes about 2 days. With this captured image set, it takes about 10 days for build a whole VR ships. This is a video for introducing our solution, KR Real 360. This system is used to train and educate the junior surveyor in Korean Register. It also used for the training to some shipping company. So by clicking the arrow on the floor, we just touring, and they provide searching functionality. So we typing the specific equipment, the view, we can dive into there in front of that kinds of the equipment. So we just click the mark. Yeah. So there are many kinds of markers, the scattered markers. One of marker we click, there occur the informations. So what items should I inspect or survey? Yeah. How to survey and what to survey. And they're displaying there in that kind of manners. The type of materials can be anything, like a PDF or video and text and images. Any kinds of the media can be attached to the pictures that present a real image. And there are some predefined order. The surveyors have to survey. Yeah, you first you have to go to somewhere, and second you have to go somewhere, and third you have to go somewhere and survey these things. Yeah, those kind of training process. Yeah, we adapt to the training syllabus. You can access anywhere of the ship, from engine room to bridges. This is a short demonstration of our solution. And we apply this solution to several types of ships, such as LNG ship, LPG, and oil tanker, or LNG DF, the oil chemical tanker, LNG bunkering ship, and so on. There are increasing needs in maritime industry. This solution is expanding to not only shipping companies or classification KR companies, but also shipyard, university, Coast Guard, and so on. So this is conclusion. Recently, as ships undergo digitalization and decarbonization, ship crews are required to quickly adapt to a rapidly changing environment. A training using virtual reality that simulates ships as realistically is emerging as one of the methods to respond to those changes. So it makes trainee a better understanding of vessel structure and arrangement, and it makes trainee to highly intuitive. It provide to the trainees the highly intuitive visualization of onboard data and centralized training material scattered in the company, and enhance safety training through immersive virtual reality simulations, and reduce training cost and minimize risk via virtual drills. Yeah, thank you. Evharisto.
After the Kalimera, you have the Efcharisto surprise. Thank you, Mr. Woo Sung-kil, for this dense and enlightening presentation.
Thank you very much.
The music was nice. Next time, please decorate it with a group of Korean girls dancing. So that was a good appetizer. Mr. Kil has put us in the mood. So our first question will be directly related to what we have seen. And I read it. What are the virtual reality environments? What is artificial intelligence, machine learning, artificial intelligence-driven adaptive learning, and then how these technologies will provide an effective training and to the extent that they replace the at-sea experience. How we can measure the learning effectiveness within this context, and I will give the ball to Mrs. Venetia, who will expand on this question.
Thank you, Takis. Kalimera to all again. Thank you, Ms. Vasilaki, for the invitation. And thank you for having always in the top of your agenda in the Greener Summit the maritime education topic. Going directly to the theme, because we have a lot of questions, let's start by introducing the meanings of the types that we are heard by Takis regarding VR, simulators, artificial intelligence, so as to have a common and basic, a common basis. Virtual reality environments, more or less, simulate real world or imagined scenarios, allowing users to interact with them through devices. VR creates a fully immersive experience that enables individuals to engage in tasks or activities. Full stop. Artificial intelligence, computer systems, software capable algorithms to performing tasks that will typically require human intelligence, such as problem solving, decision making, learning, language comprehension, etc. Machine learning, you include the term in the whole set. Let's see it as a subset of AI dealing with the data and starting with additional data to learn. AI-driven adaptive learning methods powered by artificial intelligence that adjust learning content and pace based on the individual's progress and needs. These systems can track a learner's performance, adapt to their strengths and weaknesses, and provide personalized content that maximize learning efficiency. What you gain from AI-driven adaptive learning methods? Personalization. Learners receive tailored instruction based on their specific needs. In a while, we are going to correlate with the needs of seafarers. Real-time feedback. AI can instantly assess a learner's performance and provide feedback. Efficiency. Adaptive learning systems can optimize the learning experience by focusing on areas where the learner needs the most improvement. They can be combined? Yes. Why? Example. A maritime training program could use VR to simulate a ship navigating through a storm, while artificial intelligence tracks the trainee's decision and performance. Cloud simulators will adjust difficulty based on their performance, allowing for continuous training without the need for an actual ship. Few words for measuring learning effectiveness. Usually, we don't spend time to talk about the effectiveness of training and the learning effectiveness. But let's see some issues. In the context of VR and AI-driven learning, effectiveness can be measured through performance tracking. As I told you earlier, AI can continuously monitor the trainees' actions within the VR environment, such as decision-making accuracy, reaction times, or how well they follow procedures. Real-time feedback, assessment metrics can be created within VR environment that test knowledge, problem solving, and critical thinking. Let's see metrics for individual trainee assessment. Task completion, decision making, knowledge retention, testing knowledge retention through quizzes or scenarios, behavioral analytics. These are some aspects. Virtual reality, artificial intelligence, AI-driven adaptive learning, and cloud simulator offer several benefits for the training of seafarers. These technologies will transform the way seafarers are trained, providing a safe, efficient, and scalable alternative to traditional training methods. However, while these technologies offer significant advantages, they will not fully replace the need for hands-on experience in all situations, but they could be used as a complementary tool. A reference has been made for this aspect by Mr. Fafalios as well, because the main question is, do seafarers still need hands-on experience? While all these technologies provide many benefits, they cannot replace hands-on experience at sea for several reasons. Allow me briefly to mention some of them. Physical skill development, real-world context, human interaction, and crew coordination. Imagine that you are all alone with your VR and be familiarized with system, doing exercise, emergency scenarios, etc. Where is the other crew members? Where you need to interact, you need the real world. Seafarers often need to work as part of a team, so in challenging conditions. And of course, there are the regulatory requirements. You heard earlier about STCW, which pose the minimum standards, the minimum seagoing experience. Many of these standards require practical at-sea training. Conclusion. While all these technologies offer significant benefits, as I told you, in providing personalized learning experience, they are best used as a complementary tool. The integration of these technologies can enhance traditional training methods, allowing seafarers to practice in simulated environment before facing real-world challenges. However, hands-on experience is still crucial to ensure that seafarers develop the practical, physical, and interpersonal skills needed for their job. Therefore, a blended approach could be foreseen. Last point of my intervention, Takis, as regards current deliberation at IMO in the framework of the STCW comprehensive review on the matter of substituting sea time using simulators, it has been stressed that while simulators are a valuable tool for enhancing training, they should not be used to reduce the already minimal seagoing time requirement set by existing regulations. The HCW subcommittee concluded that using simulator to meet a portion of seagoing service requirement was only appropriate for the first instance of certificate of competency at operational level, for certificates of proficiency issued under Chapter V, and for validation purposes. In simplest words, that means during your academic year as a deck or engine cadet, meaning the example that we have with the IGF code, when for the advanced certificate, they said, okay, you can do 2 simulating bunkering, and then you can have one other one with seagoing service. That's the examples that are practical and rational for shipping. Thank you.
Thank you, Venetia, for taking double of the time you were allowed. Alexandre, you are there to supplement what Venetia said?
Yes, I could not agree more. One point that I want to emphasize is the hands-on experience. As ex-master, I still feel a master, so I guarantee you we cannot underestimate the hands-on experience due to the technological improvements and advantages. Hands-on experience is number one, real time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the panel that want to contribute to this? Katerina.
Yeah, I want to also highlight the challenges that this new kind of training that is being introduced. Sorry.
Anybody else? Anybody else? So we saved 4 minutes. We go to the. We saved 4 minutes. This is good. We will have more time in the end. The next question is, since we have very well elaborated on the benefits, Mrs. Venetia was very good in this, and Kiel also, they speak about benefits. But there is always a coin with two sides. There are also challenges. So the next question is, these technologies, what challenges are we faced with when applying them? And the word is to Alexandros, the sea breeze. What are the challenges when applying these technologies? What is your opinion?
Yeah, thank you, Takis. First of all, let me say that is an honor for me being here, discussing the matter of enhancing the training for the next generations. For decades, the maritime sector has made remarkable progress in technological advancements, vessel safety and regulatory compliance. Yet, one common ground among all these factors is the competence, decision-making, and the preparedness of our seafarers. As virtual reality, AI-based training and cloud simulators become more common in maritime education, companies and maritime institutions need to take care in very high level on the following. In regards the technological challenges, we cannot underestimate the high cost that is required for such investment. VR headsets, AI softwares, new hardwares, and so on. AI trainings require a very high speed and stable training, internet speed, that make it a bit difficult to be exercised on board the vessels. It's okay for the shore side, but on board there is difficulties. The compatibility with the existing systems, it is a challenge. The whole hardware part need to be renewed in the most of the cases. The AI accuracy, in terms of new regulatory came into force, AI need continuous feeding with information and follow in order to follow the new rules and the regulation, and of course the cybersecurity risks as big data is being handled, personal data is being stored upon the completion of its training. In terms of human-related challenges, it is the human nature to resist always to the new, to the change. So each organization, shipping company or institution need to have a very solid culture, to have develop strategies to have a digital training culture in order to trainees and trainers to be able to follow this new era. Another challenge in regards to the human is the lack of skills for the trainers at first. The trainers first need to be very well familiar with the techniques, with the capabilities of the systems in order to deliver the required. One more in the psychological part is using VR AI. You may have some physical limitations. You may feel some sickness or dizziness, some uncomfortable. There is solutions for that, but it is a fact as well. This is in a very high level, the challenges that I want to highlight within the time frame of the 3 minutes. I just, as a bottom line, I want to say that in order to overcome any challenge, either technological, either human, either regulatory, if you like, each company need to establish a very clear strategy, very clear policies towards the development and the establishment of the culture within the organization to assist the personnel, trainers and trainees, to have the best results because of the training through VR and AI. One more thing, the effectiveness of such training need to be measured by metrics. We can easily discuss about VR training, AI training, big terms, nice words, but the effectiveness of the training need to be measured by specific metrics, KPIs. Either this is the results because of various type of inspections, prostate controls, vetting inspections, flag, class, whatever, internal audits need to be measured and actions to be taken towards continual improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandros.
Well, sorry for my stress. It was my first time as a panelist, so it's okay.
Cool. It will be more. You are fresh. Dimitris is ready.
I'm ready. With your kind permission, Takis, I would like to ask the participants for first, instead of waiting for them to answer us. Is that okay with you? So I have a question for you. You need to send an engineer to attend an engine simulator course. Okay. This is a Shire 2 requirement. So you have two options. One option, alpha option, is you send them to an actual simulator with 6 participants, 1 participant per workstations. This is option alpha. Second option, B, is the engineer attends a remote course via cloud simulator with 18 participants, 3 of them sharing 1 cloud-based workstations. Okay, alpha and B. So who would go for option alpha if it's up to you to decide? One only. So the rest go for option B.
Raise your hands.
You can raise your hands if you prefer option alpha. I see only 3, 4 hands, 5, 6. Don't be shy. Come on, more. Okay. Okay. And who would go for option B, which is the cloud one? Half. Unfortunately, no matter what you choose, at the end you get the same certificate. Your engineer will get the same certificate. So you cannot tell, based on the certificate, what kind of training this engineer attended, because there is no standard for these cloud options and remote trainings. This is a gap that was identified by Intertanko. Unfortunately, it's not among the gaps that Mr. Fafalios said, identified by STCW, because Intertanko submitted a proposal to IMO for the review of SCW to develop a standard for these cloud options and remote trainings. That was not accepted. So what we have today, and as Alex said, is actually up to the provider or the shipping company to have a standard or a policy on how to select the training providers that use these cloud options. That's the situation today, and shipping companies need to be more careful when choosing their training providers. Thank you, Takis.
About this, I have to say that in the recent ASTW 11 committee, they have already launched a work element about standardizing the VR environments, providing, this is what you say, I think. They have started. There is a work in progress.
That was the proposal from Intertanko for the cloud simulator was not accepted by IMO, was not accepted. So this is what you say something else.
ASTW is the committee for... yes. So they are... We have been well received. Το ξέχασε.
No, I don't forget. One thing about the challenges that I wanted to highlight, of course, some of them has already been said by my esteemed colleagues, is also about the generation gaps with all these new tools and all these new fancy toys. And I just want to add maybe or say something about the mentorship, but reverse. Up until now, we had senior officers mentoring and training and sharing their experience with the newcomers. But now the newcomers are Generation Z, which knows everything that has to do with the virtual reality. They play games when they were younger with virtual reality. So maybe, regarding the challenges, we need to also consider having the new generation supporting the already full professional senior officers and engineers that we have. We learn from each other, so let's reverse it as well. That's one thing that I wanted to add. Thank you.
This is the reality even now. With the EGDIS, the younger officers are teaching the masters on the use of this equipment. Anybody else from the panel? Do you have any comment on this?
Yeah, if it's possible.
It is possible.
Yeah, I want to add two things. So I want to add the point of view of the system. For my experience, there are two challenges to adopt virtual reality to the maritime industry. The first is the intellectual property. For building the precisely reconstructed virtual reality, the method, it would be required 3D model, which belongs to the shipping company, and many kinds of the materials from the shipbuilders or equipment company. All the things to reconstruct the virtual reality environment, it comes from the shipbuilding companies. Yeah. So they want to share their intellectual property to the other side. Second, the human resource for producing virtual reality and maintenance virtual reality training system, especially the small company have no room, no budget to maintain or human resource to deal with those kind of system. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. This is another aspect for someone who has applied already the technology. Well received. We have another 2 minutes for the session. Anybody from the audience? We save another 2 minutes. What will be in the end, I don't know. Somebody has to bridge the gap. So, we proceed to the... I have no question. Sorry. So we proceed to the third question. It was in 2015 that Shell, not introduced, but yes, let's say introduced a conclusion of a university related to the learning effectiveness that Venetia was speaking. Because it's okay to train, but what matters is the effectiveness of learning, to what extent the trainee learns. So learning effectiveness, they put into focus the methods used. And one is blah, 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 like I do now, you listen. The other is reading. The other is PowerPoint presentation that you see also. So the first two, let's say, because to be precise, reading is about 5%, if I remember correctly, and speaking is about 10%, and power presentation is about 30%. What has counted for 70%, which is the most effective learning effectiveness, method for learning effectiveness, is what we call learning engagements, which are structured, let's say, teams. There is a team with a facilitator assigned. They discuss over a topic in a structured manner, and what happens is, out of the discussion, which is facilitated by the facilitator, each one is learning from the other experience. They share their knowledge, they share their experience, and then they learn from each other. And the learning effectiveness of this method is 70%. This is what the university says. So, by far, learning engagement is the most learning effective method. And the question is that we listen that all these VR environments are personalizing the training. The question is, to what extent these VR and AI technologies incorporate this element of team engagement and learning from each other and sharing experience? And if yes, how they do it? If no, how we could compensate for this lack of this dimension? And for this question, Mr. Fokas.
Thank you, Taki. Taki is a very proactive chairman. So yesterday he printed and he gave us the replies from ChatGPT on these questions. So I will read the reply. While VR and AI-based training offer many benefits, they do not fully replicate the face-to-face engagement and reflective learning that occurs in traditional settings. However, these technologies are evolving to incorporate more interactive and collaborative elements. So that is the reply, and that is actually the situation today. In my company, we are more traditional. We prefer these face-to-face engagements. However, we cannot avoid using the new technologies as much as we can, because they indeed offer benefits. So what we have done, we have developed a virtual tour on board the vessels, some vessels of our fleet, where we have uploaded documents, specific company-specific documents, circulars, findings, etc. So this is used mainly for familiarization, but as Taki says, is more self-training and does not have any assessment part in it. I have seen the presentation from KR, and I know ABS are also developing something similar, virtual tour on board vessels, where they will include more elements of assessment and other things. But until now, we have not seen anything that can replace the face-to-face engagement and include team building activities or similar soft skills. We still train our seafarers to be members of the team, to cooperate, to communicate, to be leaders, to be mentors, and I think this will stay for some time more. And I also need to let you know that Intertanko ran a survey among seafarers 2 years ago, and the two most wanted, let's say, elements by the seafarers was not only internet, but also mentoring. So internet connection and mentoring, they are rated at the same level of importance. That means that the new generations, although they use all those techniques that are available there, they still believe that mentoring is a very important part of their development as officers. So, to conclude, today the situation is not there yet, but I think it will be easier in the future to use more these technologies in terms of developing soft skills as well.
Thank you, Dimitris. Anybody else to add on this? Mrs. Pala.
Yes, it's true. The technology nowadays does not support with the interactive part and the team working skill that we want to achieve. But who knows? Maybe in the future we will be able, our crew will be able to log into the virtual reality environment on their own houses, in the comfort of their own house, and with their own VR set, and they can all log in the same environment and work together as a team, learn each other prior to embarking to a vessel for a real-time emergency or a real-time situation. Maybe that is the future in regards to that. But up until now, yes, this is not something that we can achieve right now. And one common is that technology versus human interaction is a tale as old as time. It will always be an issue how we can achieve the human interaction via technology and all the advanced systems that we're using. Maybe that might be the answer. It sounds a lot of like a science fiction movie, but maybe it will become a reality in a couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina. Anybody else? Yes.
Thank you. Kalimera from me also to everybody. May I also thank the organizer, Ms. Vasilaki, for the invitation, first of all, as I am also the first time being on this side of the forum, so it's a great experience. I think actually we are seeing the first early days of these technologies, so I think things are moving fast in terms of technological advancements, and more and more VR, AI, all these technologies are going to be being incorporated in the company's training systems. However, I think one major issue, going back also to one of the previous questions, is the reluctance to change. Changing the mindset to be open to all these new technologies is a very big issue. And we in Helmep Academy, we're running such a webinar with some of our members to change the mindsets of people to be more open to new technologies. Also, one more thing I would like to stress is in terms of familiarization, it was a very exciting presentation by KR. I think with more and more of the operations of the ship being managed from the shore base, from the companies, I think it is also very important familiarization for management staff, office staff that don't have any seagoing experience. And this is something that increasingly Helmepa members have been asking for us to, and we're setting up pilot familiarization course for people from the office, young people entering the company that don't have any clue of what a ship is all about, and they want this interaction also to realize. And I think for them especially, these technologies are very, very approachable at this stage.
Thank you. Anybody else? I have 6 minutes. I have something for Mrs. Vasilaki. Where is Mrs. Vasilaki? If she was there, I have it for her anyway. It will be recorded. I think for the next summit, which is in November, we should have as panelists the possibility to use also our computer and supplement what we blah blah with some slides. That would be the, it will rise from 10% learning effectiveness to 30% learning effectiveness. And it will be also facilitate the panelists, the speakers, because they don't need to say all the words. If they have something printed there and you can see, then they can focus to what should be in focus. But I hope that this will be heard by Mrs. Vasilaki and the organizers for the next time. For the time being, Mrs. Vasilaki does not listen, but she will. So, we have another 5 minutes. Θα φάτε καλά σήμερα. So now we will go to a very, for me, very critical topic. You remember that in the early 80s, human error was accountable for 80% of accidents. We say accidents happen because humans make mistakes. That was early 80s. We needed about 30 years, the early 2010, that a change in the mindset happened. We started looking about human performance. We realized that humans are not problem makers. Most of the time, humans are problem solvers. Then we started, then industry, not we, some oil majors, to be frank, started looking deeper into human performance. And then we have understood that human performance is related to how a human interacts with his environment, the context. Human performance principles were introduced, and one of them was that we are human, we make mistakes. So forget this, if something happens, I have to train the human. Okay, this is fair enough, but we have, Mrs. Vasilaki, welcome. I had something for you and you were absent. But it is noted. It is not recorded, the story, but it is noted. So, τι λέγαμε? Human error. Human error. So, we focused on what is human performance, and we said, what is the prerequisite for human performance? It is health and competence. You must be healthy and you must be competent to perform. And this is interaction of the human factors. And then the environment, the human factors were introduced, and the oil majors speak about, SIRE 2 speak about software, hardware, and human. It means every individual is interacting with procedures, with equipment, and with other humans. And Mr. Adonopoulos and Raisip came with the 4 Ps, which is plant, process, plant, performance, and people. This is the human factors, because we interact with plant, with equipment, with process, with procedures, people, other people, and performance. And what is performance? I said it is the product of being healthy and being competent. And then one part is health, the other part is competence. What is competence? To be competent, you must have soft skills and hard skills. You must have the knowledge and the experience, and you must have the behavior to apply your knowledge and your experience in a team. So by this way, soft skills were introduced, and we understood that soft skills are equally important as hard skills. You can be an Einstein, but if you are not soft-skilled, your knowledge is for nothing. So that was 2018 that Intertanko and O'Keefe introduced this human behavioral competence for seafarers, introducing the soft skills. And with this, within this background, the question is like this. In this fast-changing regulatory and technology landscape, we will always be in lack of technical skills. We will always need to complement our knowledge and our experience for these new things. And the question is how and if the soft skills can bridge the gap of these hard skills, technical skills, lack of technical skills. How soft skills can complement, how we can improve the soft skills of our seafarers so that we can bridge the gap of the technical skills that they have in face of these new regulations. And for this tricky question, Mrs. Pala is ready.
Always ready. Okay, let's imagine that you are moving into a new smart home, which means everything is automatic. Heating, lighting, security, everything is automatic. And then you wake up one day, you try to turn on the lights, and it doesn't. You try, the heating is stuck to a high temperature, and the security alarm is keep ringing. Technology is perfect, and it's here to make our life easier. But people, as Mr. Koutris said, is the problem solvers. They are the ones that are gonna solve every situation. So, how can we adapt, learn, be resilient, communicate, and ask at the end of the day for support and help in order to resolve this system, these issues, and in order to not probably be deaf at the end of the day with all the beeping from that security alarm that we cannot resolve? The answer is soft skills. And same thing goes for the ship industry and for our maritime industry that we are all working in. With all this new advanced technology for carbon capture systems, for having efficient fuels, methanol, hydrogen, ammonia, let's see what will work, and all these automatic systems and tools that we are having on board, we need people that will be prepared and ready to support and work these tools efficiently. Because if they don't, they're gonna end up being expensive toys at the end of the day. So what we do, we stop treating soft skills as the side dish and start cooking and baking together with the main dish, the technical knowledge, the technical qualifications that we need. We need to start incorporating in our matrices and in our system that for every role that we're having for the people on board, but also for the people at the company, for the shore-based personnel, together with the technical knowledge that this role requires, haven't we combined the soft skills and the level of each soft skills that are needed? And what are the soft skills that we are all talking about? Teamwork, supporting each other, inclusiveness, situation awareness, understanding what is next to us and understanding what that means for the future, stress management, time management. Mr. Koutris is doing it perfectly in our panel. Time management. Decision making. Being able to generate all the possible answers and all the possible scenarios and decisions and choosing the best one. Because if we don't, the sea will choose for us at the end of the day. Resilience, leadership, emotional intelligence, all these, adaptability, accountability, flexibility, resistance to change, all these are the soft skills. And the most important thing now is to understand, okay, how can I assess these behavioral competencies, these soft skills that we are having? Okay, first one, the easy one is by doing real scenarios example in simulations in order to observe our people in a simulator and observe the behavioral competencies that they are having. Another one is by reflecting on our own, staying after a meeting at the end of the day in our work and reflect and self-assess what we did, how my knowledge and how the message that I wanted to get through to someone went through, how were my active listening skills and my communication skills. Feedback and evaluation from our manager, but also from peers, 360 degrees feedback. Ask your colleagues, ask the people that you are working with to evaluate you, tell you, assess you in regards with the behaviors as well. In this world that technology is keep evolving, regulations is keep coming up, we keep having new regulations, the only skill that we can depend on and the only thing that will remain the same is the people on board. and the skills, the soft skills and the human skills that they are having. So let's work on them, because at the end of the day, ships don't sail on their own, at least not yet. Autonomous vessels might be coming very soon. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Anybody else from the panel? Πολύ ενθουσιασμό. Βλέπω ενθουσιασμό στην ομάδα. Anybody from the panel? Κύριος Κωνσταντίνου.
Thank you. I think Mrs. Palla provided a very good overview of the connection of soft skills, and having attended many green shipping summits previously, I remember in the early days some very heated debates on the panels about hard skills, what are most important, hard skills or soft skills. I think the statement by Mr. Koutris, the moderator in the beginning, is a testament of how shipping industry has evolved, at least in the last 10-15 years, and accept soft skills as a supplementary necessity to the technical skills, which indeed are progressing the need for technical skills very fast, even more so with decarbonization today. I would just like to add a couple of more statistics to the arguments from a project the Helmepa is coordinating, Metavasi, which is people-centered transition for maritime decarbonization in the East Mediterranean. It's an international project with partners from Greece, Cyprus, all over the East Mediterranean, the World Maritime University, and Greek stakeholders such as the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, PEPEN, Hellenic Ports Association, and many others. We've run last year a survey on soft skills, a bottom-up survey, which means it involved seafarers through an e-learning, through an e-survey, seafarers and shipping companies, and focus groups with both stakeholder groups, it established 24 soft skills which are considered essential for shipping for seafarers. The 5 most important soft skills pinpointed by seafarers and shipping professionals as essential critical soft skills today are collaboration and teamwork, communication, professionalism, accountability, and critical thinking. Whereas in terms of what is lacking in the industry, which is of more importance, seafarers and maritime professionals pointed out first stress management, time management, personal energy management, obviously with the overwhelming duties on board today, cross-cultural skills in an industry that is fastly changing its nature, and of course change management and emotional intelligence. Also for office employees, servant leadership was considered a very essential tool, very essential skill, which means the managers and the heads giving the example themselves in duties, and resilience, especially between ages of 21 and 40, as skills lacking from the shipping industry. Lifelong learning is considered amongst the most important skills for handling successfully the transition. And also a couple of more issues were that 96% of participants, which were 134 people, both half and half office and seafarers, say that soft skills should be integrated into the training programs. 45%, almost 1 in 2, hadn't had any soft skills training. In terms of the business areas that have been identified as the most positively impacted by the cultivation of soft skills, 72% safety and risk management, 57% crisis management and emergency response, but soft skills are very helpful in these areas, and 50% employee work-life balance, so crew wellness, basically. Thank you.
Thank you, Takis. Your question was actually how soft skills can, by improving soft skills, how can we improve technical skills? I will go the other way around. We assume we have a tanker without any new technology on board. The lifetime would be 20 years. Right? There, you don't have this technology that challenge or techno-stress or whatever. But still there, you need to have a friendly environment, you need to have communication, you need to have an environment that will encourage participation, encourage speak up, and that creates a good working environment and a safe working environment as well. So improving soft skills, the way that the two previous speakers said, is essential for any type of agile, and not only related to new technologies.
It's exactly correct, but I also want to, Konstantina, to clarify my position. I was always saying, and I still say, that for a human being, hard skill and soft skill, the element for performance, are equally important. I didn't say that soft skills are complementary to hard skills. No. Soft skill and hard skill is two elements of the contributing to the human competence, and are equally important. What is the difference? My opinion. The difference is that hard skills can be taught. You can educate yourself, you can obtain knowledge, and you obtain experience. This is normal. Soft skill is another story. Soft skill is about behavior, and you are built in with your character is formed up to six years old, some people say, which I believe them. After that, you are there. This is your character. What we can do, Mrs. Pala also said, is we can improve the awareness of our people on the soft skills, the importance of the soft skills. What is the importance of a good collaboration, the team working? How important it is to be focused on the result, to be aware of the situation around you. To increase the awareness of our people on the soft skills is very important. We don't expect to make leaders by teaching what is leadership, but we can improve their knowledge of what makes a good leader. And another point to finish, we have time, another thing is that, you see, again, we have a storm of new terms. In OKIM and in Intertanko, we tried to standardize the soft skills categories, and we ended up, and I think this should be a standard for our industry, we ended up to 6 soft skill domains. One is team working, the other is leadership and managerial skills, the third is communication and influencing, the fourth is situation awareness, then we have decision making and result focus, 6 domains of soft skills, and then we have behavioral indicators for each of these domains. Of course, every company can standardize, can classify the soft skills their own way, because 3 of them, communication and influencing, teamwork and leadership, are soft skills that you can apply only in a team. You cannot apply on your own. Teamwork on your own doesn't make any sense. You must be in a team. But there are also the other soft skills, situation awareness, decision making, and result focus, which are for you. Even if you are alone on earth, you can apply these soft skills. So in our company, we have done a different classification, but it is very important that we standardize things. Otherwise, we will, because I had critical thinking, we say decision making, and people are getting confused. But soft skills and hard skills are equally important. Training our people, educating our people on soft skills will help for the new technologies, because then they understand that they have to help each other and bridge this gap. Somebody will be more hard skilled, then the other will be less hard skilled, but with a good teamwork, which anyway is valid, we can address the problem. And with this, we go to the next question. And the last one, thanks God. It's about STCW. Τι έχουμε απορίες εκεί? STCW is under review, Mr. Fafalios also said. The task for IMO is to consider these new developments and the new training tools and try to standardize and as Dimitris Fokas said before, so that we have a standard framework to work with. And the question would be, for you that you know what is going on, because this will be for 2031, the revision of STCW. but what we in shipping companies can do in advance to meet these new requirements, or what can we do in between to increase to enhance the education of our crew. And for this, we have Mr. Tedafil to elaborate.
Thank you, Mr. Koutris. I think everybody in this room is familiar about the importance of the STCW Convention, the 1978 Convention, and which was adopted in 1984 and did actually establish minimum qualification standards for seafarers globally, ensuring uniform training and competency levels across the maritime industry, thus enhancing safety and pollution prevention at sea as well. Over the years, the convention has undergone major amendments, introducing new elements such as the 1995 amendments, which introduced, amongst other, competency-based training and assessments, and the 1995, the 2008 Manila Amendments in the Philippines, in the convention in the Philippines, that introduced major new areas, such as the requirements for electrotechnical officers, new competencies, also stricter medical fitness and minimum rest hour requirements. And of course, it also introduced the requirement for training on marine environmental awareness, which is a subject very close to the heart of Helmepa's activity, how marine environmental awareness is connected to efficient implementation of legislation, and why seafarers should be aware of the impact of shipping activities. Actually, in Helmepa, we were the first in 2013, Helmepa Academy, together with ProSea Foundation, the Dutch organization, which provided international training for marine environmental awareness based on IMO Model Course 1.38. Definitely these amendments significantly improved global seafarer competency and ensured that maritime professionals were equipped to handle all the emerging requirements in terms of safety, security, in those days even more so after 9/11, and also pollution prevention. However, it is also a fact that more than 15 years have passed since the last amendments, and many things have changed in shipping as they have in the rest of the world. One good thing about IMO is that through a very special procedure it ensures uniform, its decisions are based on uniform consensus, unanimously, and therefore they have enhanced application and adoption. However, one of the criticisms for IMO that this procedure does take quite a while. So what are the main things that have changed in the last 15 years since the last adoption? First of all, we have rapid technological advancements and digitalization, which are changing the face of the industry, but at the same time creating new risks associated with cybersecurity, for example. We also have had major regulatory shifts and a major focus of the industry on decarbonization and sustainability goals, with the new targets of IMO for net zero shipping by 2050. This is also shaping the industry. It's a focus for all stakeholders in this industry, but at the same time, it is overwhelming the industry. As a marine scientist myself, I cannot but feel proud about how the dynamic nature in which shipping is leading the way amongst many other industries on reducing already its carbon footprints. But at the same time, I cannot turn a blind eye on the inherent risks associated with the pace of change and the difficulties of the human mindset to actually adapt and evolve. This is a very important issue. And it is no surprise that in a recent survey on maritime training needs among Helmepa's community, our members, which are 357 shipping companies and organizations in Greece and abroad. Regulatory developments was by far the #1 priority, both for seafarers and for maritime and for office staff. And this percentage tripled within the last 2 years. There is a great focus. There's a lot of confusion still about especially decarbonization, legislation requirements, and I think this also poses a risk in terms of everybody's focusing on regulations and what happens with the main purposes of a ship and seafarers, which is to navigate safely from A to B. Another also thing that has changed in the last 15 years is a wider acknowledgement of the importance of the seafarers, the important role of seafaring profession, and this was especially the case after COVID-19 and where the rest of the world froze and only shipping was providing the essentials. Therefore, the ongoing revision of the STCW Convention is of vast importance and is much needed today. What are the main elements that IMO is focusing on, and the main, let's say, focus areas are training for alternative fuels and decarbonization, cybersecurity training, inclusion of automation, AI, and new technologies in maritime training, strengthening mental health and well-being of seafarers, updating firefighting and emergency response training to also take on board new technologies, new structures of ships, and new risks from new fuels, for example. Expanding environmental awareness training beyond marine environmental awareness, digging deeper in terms of energy efficiency, understanding what energy efficiency is all about, strengthening medical training and first aid, stress and mental health is a major issue amongst all companies and seafarers, with the increasing workload and stress factors, and obviously gender diversity in maritime training with a focus on eliminating bullying and harassment are important issues, and an introduction of alternative learning pathways, taking on board all the new technologies. So what could a shipping company do in the meantime? It is a fact that the STCW revision is expected to be completed by 2031 due to this long process explained at the beginning at IMO. So shipping companies can't wait aside. What can they do? First of all, adapt to hybrid training approaches. We discussed a lot about the importance of hands-on training combined with new technologies and new learning methods. Enhancing environmental and decarbonization training. It's very important the seafarers and office staff understand what are the reasons for these new regulations. And obviously in shipping it helps a lot that energy efficiency is connected with increased profits. So it's an extra incentive to increase energy efficiency. Strengthen cybersecurity and awareness and digital competency. Next week we have a webinar, Helmep Academy, on changing the mindset for digital awareness, cybersecurity, with one of our member companies, Oriani. Philip Nielsen is in the room. He's a key speaker. And it's very important to make everybody aware of this need to be open to digital technologies. Soft skills and leadership training, we discussed a lot in the previous question. Implement competency-based assessments methods, move beyond time-based training and focus on practical skill demonstration. And of course, stay ahead of their STCW revisions, so companies have to follow the discussions at IMO and elsewhere in experts groups such as INTETSANCO and other bodies, see what are the main elements, and do company training programs that take on board these elements. Last but not least, I think one thing that shipping companies should do is leverage industry partnerships, participate in collaborative initiative approaches, and based on these, see what other shipping companies are doing. Obviously, Helmepa is such a collaborative initiative over 40 years. The majority of Greek shipping are members of Helmepa, and I think it is an example of such a collaborative initiative where otherwise competing companies are coming together, sharing knowledge and expertise with an intention to elevate generally in Greek shipping and wider the quality of the services provided, and of course to enhance safety of seafarers and enhance pollution prevention. It is very important that such collaborative initiatives are available to companies and that they participate in order to not only to see what other companies are doing, but also share themselves best practices and experience with others, thus helping the industry overall to move to the next level. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
No. How much time do I have?
One minute. The proper time management allows you more.
So, during the last session of HTW, there have been identified 500 gaps that will follow the next stage in order to introduce the amendments into the text of the convention.
500, you said?
500. Adopted. They have been submitted more, like the one that Dimitris said. Okay, but I have bad news. We are saying, we started saying that until the 2031. It's not correct. In 2031, we will have the diplomatic conference. And then, according to the legislation, we will have approximately 5 years for the states to put all the legislation in force. So that means 20, 36, 37, but we are all going to do the best effort in order to speed up. We will not. We will not. Taking the Manila experience, at the end of 2015, we needed globally a grace period. Do you remember the oldest one? A grace period that put us in 2016. What we can do in the meantime? That's a good question. And probably I will have to raise an example with what is happening right now. This is not how will the shipping companies or our stakeholders or everybody that constitutes the maritime industry will act in the meantime. Of course, you can endorse any training method, any hybrid method, but it's not the case. Do whatever you like. STCW has a provision, very nice one, say that company is responsible for each seafarers to be familiar with all the systems and equipment on board. Full stop. Do it. We can do it. Let me bring an example. We know that in the last HTW, general interim guidelines for the alternative fuels have been adopted. The only part that is remaining is to go to the Maritime Safety Committee in June and have the formal adoption as well. Why? Because you have already the interim guidelines for every internal fuel for safety on ships. So you have the safety restrictions, the indications, you have everything, and so you have to translate it to training. So we will have the interim guidelines. What will happen is that you cannot provide the documentary evidences needed by STCW until the adoption of the new regulations. That's all. But you will have the training provisions and you can apply it in the meantime in order to increase awareness and familiarization of your crew on board your vessels. Some other few points only to share with you. No. I will close with a positive one. What else you can do as shipping companies? we can start having our crew proper planning, because you have to remember that we need to upskill our people, and we have to upskill and well certified in the proper time. What else we can support as shipping companies? We can support every administrative facilitation. It's not something small. Imagine that everything is automatically, all the services, and you have digital certificates for your seafarers. That's one thing that we can promote. And what we have to ensure is to ensure that the end of the cycle, the long time cycle, you have to ensure that you are continue to have for your seafarers globally decent work opportunities, and you will not leave anyone behind. I read about this phrase, I like this phrase, and I will reiterate this phrase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, άντε πάλι. Ήθελα να δω τι θα κάνετε στο τέλος. We have 13 minutes. Any questions from the audience? The chairman has questions. Ah, you have questions. Please.
It's kind of a question.
Okay.
There is a microphone. Turn it on.
I need to. Okay, then now it's on. I'll start with the last one intervention from Mrs. Kalipolitou. 2031, 2036, but even 2031 is too far away. And by then, things will have changed rapidly. So everything that we will adopt with this update of the STCW discussions now is not going to be relevant for the shipping industry in 2031 or 36 or whenever it will be in place and adopted by the member states. So, too fast about nothing, I think. Well, you know, being very, very strict about it. So, I very much agree that we need to do things in between, as you very much said, very nicely said. Another thing that I really liked very much was the substitute of the word soft with the word human that I had from Katerina. So it's not soft skills, it's human skills, skills that we all possess to a certain level. So what we need to do is to enhance these skills, to make our hard skills work better. And this is where we should focus. And then another thing that Mr. Koutris, you pointed out, yes, you know, talking about OPCIM and the human element and things like that. You mentioned the interaction between processes, equipment, human, but I think that we also need to focus on culture. The culture of the shipping companies, the culture of the industry as a whole. Because it is this culture that will allow us, I think, to do the training effectively, as you all mentioned. How are we going to measure an effective training? I would like, and anyone can tell me their views on or tell us your views or what you do in your own companies. I'd like to see the end of the era of ticking boxes. I mean, we should stop ticking boxes on lists and say, this training done, this training done, this training done. This should not work. It doesn't work anymore. Training is personalized. We need to do it for a person or for a small group of persons with the same needs, the same characteristics, the same behavior. And this we need to do to achieve what you all said, the change in behavior. And behavior does not have to do with character. I mean, it has, but it's not the same as character. We are born with a character, but behavior is how other people experience what we do, how other people see us when we do something, and this we can influence. And I think this is very important, and this is something that we can achieve through training. So this was just something that I wanted to share with you, and thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Papayan. For the checklists, you speak to SIRE 2 inspectors and to Mr. Radonopoulos. For the human, I don't like it. I like standard things. And if we have, because we are not psychological, our education, our background is different. We need simple things and standard things. If we have adopted in the industry soft skills, soft skills. Now, if you want to say it human skills, you should say it earlier, and then this document, that is standard for the industry, should say human skills. I have no problem if it is human or soft. I have problem that it is one.
But humans are not standard, Mr. Kutris.
But we have human competency is this standard document, and all companies should follow something like this because everybody is looking for standardization. And, Mr. Chairman, δεν έχεις ερωτήσει εσύ?
Let's hear.
We have a young lady. Oh, δεν βλέπω και καλά.
Go ahead.
Young lady με μουσια.
My opinion is that when we need train soft skills, we must go more back to the brain of training. We need to change the cognitive maps, the cognitive constructions. And it is very difficult to do because we need special kind of persons. We need therapists. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentations, thoughts and views of all the panelists, not only you, Taki. I have two questions. Are soft skills or human skills be the training target of individual shipping companies, or they should be included in the Maritime Academy syllabus? That's the first one. And the second one is, do you see a competitive advantage between larger and smaller shipping companies in the field of training?
Go ahead.
The question is to whom?
Venetia wants to answer.
Venetia is ready to shoot again.
I don't have any pistol with me today. Part of it will be in the academies, in the program. I can hear Mr. Bakis Iakinthos, who is one of from the prestigious Academy of Macedonia, the director of studies. Probably he could complement on this. We have some part already, because don't forget that the minimum standards are covered by STCW. So it's up to the state to do whatever collectively decide. So if Greece, for example, wants to enrich all the soft skills training material in the academies programs, it's free to do it. For the time being, you know that we have leadership, we have bridge team management, bridge resource management. We have that kind of stuff that has been included from the previous amendment of the convention. I think that in this we are expecting some work for the psychological safety, and sexual harassment was already at the final stage. Some of these parts you will see it in Kesen, for example.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for the very interesting panel. Soft skill is something that you start creating from very young age. Actually, you cannot depend only on the academy or the university. So this is from school, and something in Greece maybe is not so strong. We're not. One problem is that soft skills is very, very important, and it's not only of the people on board, also in our offices as well. But we need more and more soft skills because the hard skills are becoming less and less. I think you see this, that it's not like it used to be. I mean, before the people on board could do everything. Now they cannot do everything. Maybe also the technology influenced this. Sometimes the technology make our brain sleeping. For example, we use now in our car GPS to go everywhere, some of us. So then we don't make our brain to think more and find a way. No, we just put this and it's driving us. It's the same also with the technology on board and everywhere. We expect that someone else will do this for us. Also on board, let's say, the people need more and more the support from the office. They are more reluctant to do things. This is for the people on board, also for surveyors in classification societies. They make more questions like they used to do before they used to decide by themselves. So this is what I want to say. And also one more comment for the first question for the training. I want to agree with Mr. Fokas that I think when you go training on board and there is interaction with the people, because the knowledge sharing is very important. All these new technologies is fantastic, and of course we are going to use, but if you don't have the knowledge sharing, if you don't get sweat on board to see everything, it's difficult to learn, because the technology shows us how is a perfect situation. You learn to work in a vessel that everything is working very well, the situation is good. But usually the situation on board is not normal. You have a lot of abnormal situations. So you need to see it and to learn from the older people. Thank you.
Any other questions? We have time for one more question.
For Mr. Michas. Mrs. Parian put it properly. Behavior and character is different. Character, you mean, is what is formed in the early age of anybody of us, but behavior is something that can be taught. I mean, this is the value of increasing the awareness of soft skills. This is exactly the response to Mr. Yadzikis. I don't know if you are happy with the response you get for your question, because soft skills is a subject for universities and schools and academies and the shipping companies. You have to incorporate soft skills the way we incorporate the hard skills in the appraisals, in the audits, everywhere. It must be part of our system. And what was the second question? No. I speak about Mr. Yadzikis.
If there is a competitive advantage between smaller and bigger companies.
This is
in training.
The influence of scale is everywhere, even in training, of course. It is more easier for a bigger company to adopt and adapt to this new rather than a small company, and that is why Mr. Kiel is happy.
Mr. Tandafilou wants to have a comment.
Yes, just one last comment on the issue of the soft skills, to say that obviously somebody can't develop their soft skills rapidly, but I think it's very important that, especially for crews, it's important that they start becoming aware of what soft skills are. Becoming aware of that they possess skills that they can develop is a first stage, which is very important, and this is even more so in the new shipping era, with enhanced communication between the office and the ship management, the operation of the ship, and with the multicultural crews. May I just say also that another thing shipping companies can do, of course, is continue. Yeah, they can continue participating in Helmepa Academy webinars, with 40 webinars. You can find them out there, announced for 2025. They're free for Helmepa members. We've got a webinar in a couple of days with DMV on seafarers' well-being, ERINA, and health for crew. So please feel free to reach out to Helmepa, and that's something you can instantly do.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. German close.
Thank you very much. We'll close this first panel, and we have a coffee break now. It will, in half an hour, we'll be back for the second panel, so you can have a nice break now.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me. And welcome to our panel discussion on collaboration between academia and equipment makers, builders, class societies, and operators. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Ms. Vasilaki and her competent team for the excellent organization of this event, as well as for the kind invitation and the honor to moderating this important discussion today. As we all know, the maritime industry is undergoing a profound transformation, driven by decarbonization goals, digitalization, automation, and an increasingly complex regulatory landscape. In this context, today, collaboration among key players has never been more critical. Academia, industry, and regulatory bodies must now work more closely than ever to align knowledge creation and technology development and operational realities. This panel aims to discuss not only how we can support the development and implementation of new technologies, but also how we can ensure that the human element remains central. As innovation accelerates, it is not enough to build smarter systems. We must also ensure that we train and empower the people who will operate, maintain, and oversee these technologies, both on board and ashore, with the highest level of safety, efficiency, and competence. Today, we are honored to be joined by a distinguished panel of experts, each bringing a unique perspective, wealth of experience, and valuable insight to this important discussion. So allow me to briefly introduce our esteemed panelists, and starting with Ms. Maria Berzeletu, market analyst of the Signal Group. She brings over 16 years of expertise in freight market analysis and decarbonization strategies. Maria is widely recognized for her innovative, data-driven insights and policy-shaping contribution to sustainable shipping. Then I move to Dr. Stefanos Hatzinikolaou, who is assistant professor at the University of Piraeus. He is a naval architecture and marine engineer with extensive research in ship technology and sustainability. He bridges academia and industry through EU-funded collaboration and applied innovations. Mr. Christos Hatzigeorgiou, he is a managing director of Almi Marine Management, SA, and he has decades of operation and technical leadership in ship management. His deep understanding of vessel operation offers a critical real-world perspective on how technology meets practice. And then Ms. Jennifer Harrison, the Vice President of Training Solution of ABS. With nearly 30 years in the maritime industry and over 20 years at ABS, Jennifer has led innovation in training and learning technology. Last night she told me that she's coming from the crew industry, and I was really impressed. She now oversees global training programs and develops solutions to upskill shore and seaboard personnel. Her focus is on helping clients meet the demands of emerging technologies and regulation. I move to Professor Stylianos Papas. He's the head of Automation Control System Laboratory, Merchant Marine Academy of Aspropyrgos. He's a leading expert in electrical engineering and automation with a strong background in data signal processing and advanced control systems. He has also a vision which we will discuss during this meeting, to have a course for ETOs. And I hope this vision becomes a reality with support also from the industry. And with over 20 years of academic and research experience, he has contributed extensively to major European and national innovation projects in smart grids, forecasting, and big data. So as head of the Automation Control System Laboratory, he plays a key role in advancing maritime technology education and applied research at the Merchant Marine Academy of Aspropyrgos. So, ladies and gentlemen, each of our panelists represents a crucial link in the maritime technology and innovation chain, from education to engineering, from operation to training. So today, together we shall explore, strengthen those links so we can navigate the challenges ahead, and not only with smarter ships, but with smarter and well-prepared people. So with that in mind, let me begin by posing the first question to Professor Hadjinikolaou. And based on your work in maritime research and education, Professor Hadjinikolaou, what has been the experience so far with academia's contribution to the major transition in shipping, namely decarbonization, digitalization, and automation? And can you please highlight any notable examples of successful collaboration between academic institutions and industry stakeholders that have helped accelerate progress in these areas?
Well, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Mr. Chairman, thank you to the organizers for a very well-organized, and I admire always the hospitality of the organizers. So I would like to talk with examples of what we are doing in research. My whole professional life is balanced between research and education. With naval architectural terms, sometimes I try to keep my GM positive because it's not always possible. But I have been working for 20 years in the applied research. As a young engineer, I have some examples from the university, from the National Technical University of Athens. At that time, we were, 20 years ago, we were trying to bring automation. We were talking about remote operated ships, unmanned ships. Maybe it is not very well known, but in 2004, we have developed unmanned ships for a specific purpose, for oil pollution response, but we did it. Unfortunately, we have not seen them commercialized, even by today. But the technology was there, even at that time. This is one example with my supervisor, Professor Psaraftis. We have been participating in a very, very large collaborative project. It was not a project of a National Technical University only, but we managed to do that, finally. Then, 2009 and 10, I have worked in support to the Greek delegation prior to the introduction of the EDI, the Energy Efficiency Design Index, which is an index that now has passed also to existing ships. At that time, we were asked to provide alternative ways of measuring energy efficiency, and we supported the Greek delegation to propose an alternative index inside the working group of the EDI, inside IMO. This also, unfortunately, was not a successful attempt because we were quite late in proposing our index. And the index that we proposed tried to understand the impact of the speed in the index, which is crucial. Also on existing ships, we know now that with the engine power limitation, we are reducing the speed. We provide the speed limits to the ships. Now, these were the unsuccessful attempts. I will also try to provide some examples of successful attempts. And these are the recent examples that I have. We are now running two very big projects in collaboration with European institutions, shipbuilders, class societies, equipment makers, engine makers, in what we call applied research for fast acceleration of decarbonization. The project is called SeaStars. It's a 3 years project. Your company is inside this project as well. In this project, we are proposing 4 new designs and 4 retrofits for fast introduction and installation of new technologies, combined solutions, for meeting the targets of Fit for 55. It's a European project, so we mostly meet these targets. This is running now. We are very pleased that the industry is accepting to participate. We are exchanging data and information from operators. We are discussing openly. You know, the research environment is a very relaxed environment. It's a relaxed environment in the sense that we can share data, we can share information and experiences, and we can drive useful solutions. This is one good example that we have from the EU-funded research. And finally, we have also some good news from the Greek, from the national projects. This is something that I try to do inside my university. We all know that universities are not well funded. So we try to bridge this gap by proposing funded research to the Greek administration. We succeeded to have one big project also with other universities, so we are all working together. All the big universities in Greece that have, the maritime topics, National Technical University, the Aristotle, the Thessaloniki University, and Demokritos, the research institution, and other institutions, trying also to bring new solutions to the industry. As a positive conclusion, I think that it is now the time to be very active in applied research, because I think it is needed.
Okay, thank you, Professor. And I also like to highlight what you said about the collaboration through EU funds. I think this is a good bridge, and many of the shipping companies, they are participating, and they are also getting a grasp of the academia, giving also some research. And of course, it doesn't mean necessarily that the outcome of the particular project will have a practical implementation, but it's still there, and it's keeping also the industry quite active. Thank you. So, moving from research and academic development, let us now turn to a critical dimension, and that's the Merchant Marine Academy. So the training and upskilling of our seafarers and their role. So designing and technology is one thing, successful implementation on board is another thing, as most of the shipping companies knows together. And then we have also the crew element, the human element. This requires not only technical know-how, but also a well-prepared workforce, which goes both at sea and at shore. So Professor Papas, in light of rapidly advancing ship technologies, how can merchant marine academies deepen their collaboration with key industry players, such as shipyards, equipment manufacturers, classification societies, to ensure that cadets are not only theoretically informed, but practically ready to operate and sustain next-generation maritime systems?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. That's a very nice question. For the time being, we're actually implementing a syllabus that is mandated by STCW, which is a very good syllabus as far as operational efficiency is concerned. However, it lacks a little bit from the new technological advancements that are always in front of us and ahead of us. So, as academic teachers at the Merchant Marine, we should first teach the syllabus, which is mandated by a law, and then if time permits, we can always embed and bring new things to teach to our cadets. For the time being, we're not able to form direct partnerships with either shipping companies or other Greek universities in order to participate in projects, in European funding projects. And I believe that's a drawback for our academy, not only for Aspropyrgos Academy, for all the academies in Greece. So I was listening before Professor Hadjigeorgiou, Hadjinicolaou, sorry, and there are very interesting and very updating all the projects that they are actually having at the moment. It would be a very good thing for academies to be able to be partners in such projects, not only for funding, but for students to see how the technology evolves and be part of this technology.
Yesterday you told me that for the moment, let's say in terms of new technologies, the only thing that STCW provides for training in terms of IGF code is, let's say, for people that will be sailing on LNG ships, etc. And what can you say about that when we have so many new technologies coming the next 2 to 3 years? What can you tell us about that? I mean, do you have any? Are you aware of any plans to have new courses dealing with dual fuel ships like ammonia ships, hydrogen?
It's not entirely up to us to propose new courses, new modules, new things that future seafarers have to attend or will be useful to attend, but we can always propose. But it's up to the ministry to actually give access, to give permission for new courses and new modules to be included in the education of the future officers.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move to Ms. Maria Perzeletu. Your insight and knowledge on decarbonization strategies. With your insight knowledge, decarbonization strategy, what do you foresee academic can do further?
Thank you for the question. It is undeniable that academia plays a vital role in the future of maritime technology. So it's crucial Greek universities and overall education institutes to be involved in European Union funding projects on green shipping, exploring alternative fuels like ammonia, methanol, and working closely with the industry on energy efficiency systems. It's crucial we start thinking outside of the box and prepare for the next steps and create opportunities to adapt to the green transition. Now, the question is the key challenge to bring theoretical education and practical experience, and you need to do a nice blending there. It's a key challenge to transform academic knowledge into real-world expertise. So we need to prepare for the next generation. We need tighter collaboration between academia and industry. So some initiatives outside of the box can create like living labs on ships or simulators where students can work with real systems. We can also design courses in partnership with ship owners and technologies companies around the green shipping. So Greece is a big maritime cluster, so as movers, we need to move fast and to adapt in order to create the next future of green shipping.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria. Very nice said. We'd like to hear also the views from the operator. And the next question is for Mr. Christos Hadjigeorgiou. As a seasoned ship operator, you have a clear view of the realities on board. From your perspective, what are the most significant gaps that still exist between theoretical maritime education and hands-on operational experience? And how can we better align academic training with the practical demands of life at sea? I would also like to extend also not only for seafarers, but also to the shore personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Belexis. Well, it's a very complex question. It's a very not easy one. Let's try to split it into ship and shore first. And regarding the ship, we split it into deck and engine, and also into ship operations and cargo operations. For the cargo operations, the majority of the people working on the ship, they know how to do it. They know how to do it because it's a specific ship type that does a specific job, and there are lots of outside interests that press the people into doing the job they require them to do. So this is more or less well taken care of. If we go now to the ship itself and we split it into deck and engine, the deck part is also more well defined. It is navigating the ship safely up, and this is this has to do with the training. I will use my favorite example of the ECDIS, which I think it's a colossal failure of IMO and all the paraphernalia, the governing, that they have managed to create equipment that requires certification for every different model, and people still cannot understand how to use it, and has a 1,000-page manual that I doubt that anybody apart from the people that have prepared the manual know how to read it. Okay, that's, but I think the situation on the deck department is better. One grave mistake of IMO is that the radio officer has been removed from the obligatory team, bridge team, and the radio officer used to be the assistant of the master. He was the communications expert. Now the master, apart from everything else and all the huge paperwork and administration, he has to deal with communication, and that's something that all the industry should seriously reconsider, to reintroducing in some form either an IT engineer or a communications engineer or somebody that will relieve the master from manual duties and support the electronics of the ship, which, if you compare the ship of today with the ship of 30 years ago, there is no comparison. Now, if we go down to the engine room, the situation gets even more complex because we have, let's say, take the example of a main engine. We have moved away from the main engine of, let's say, 50 years ago that was powered by diesel. Then it moved on to heavy fuel, so with more equipment. Then we moved on to dual fuel, LNG. Now we will move maybe to other fuels, and we have electronic engines. So we are combining engineering part with electronics part. Who knows about electronics on board the ship? The answer is nobody. And I think that the demands we place on board on the people that are working on board in an engine room are extreme, and people cannot handle them. So the only solution would be, because we're trying to make shipping industry like the aircraft industry. The aircraft industry, the pilot just flies the ship. When the plane lands, other people check it, they service it, they overhaul it, whatever. So if we want an aircraft type industry, we should adopt to aircraft type operational standards. If we go now to the short team, again, this we have. Let's say, if we take Greece, for example, which is a major shipping hub of the world, I will say something that many people will not like it, but what we need is a lot of superintendent engineers. What we produce is naval architects. This is an inconsistency. I mean, we 5 years ago, or we transformed the previous, let's say, higher education, TE or whatever it was, to university level. This could have been turned into a more practical type of university degree, but of a practical nature. So we should try to focus more on this type of attitude as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hadjigeorgiou. So, in essence, what you are saying is that we need to support the vessels through the office more today. So, we need to invest more on office personnel and engineers.
Not even the office. I think that the maker should have a direct support to the vessel in case of abnormalities. The office will take care of the day-to-day, but even the office personnel will not be able to know much of the complex systems that they are on board today, and even more complex systems that will be installed tomorrow.
Okay. Good, thank you. Too many parameters in this very difficult equation to solve. Makers, shipyards, operators, classification societies, which pass to my next question to Ms. Harrison. Ms. Harrison, given ABS' extensive involvement in developing training solutions, how do you see the role of organizations in closing the gap between classroom learning and real-world shipboard practice? And what methods or collaboration do you consider most effective in ensuring seafarers are not just knowledgeable, but operational competent with emerging technologies from day one?
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here all the way from Houston, Texas. So it's great to be here. That's why you don't hear the Greek accent. It's a great question, and it's something that is very near and dear to me, having been in the training field for ABS for such a long time now. One of the things that we did first in-house was we tried to tackle this, and we going back to the first panel's conversation, we started investing into immersive technology for ourselves. And we built a virtual ship for our surveyors where they can go through and they can do an entire virtual survey, and it gives us the results. So we heard a lot earlier about the effectiveness of the virtual and immersive platforms. And we actually find it's very good. It's being extremely well received by the surveyors going through it. And what's more important is it gives us some very detailed results about what they're finding and how they're performing on board. And with that experience, we are now trying to take that and bring it to our client base. And that's part of what the new Training Solutions business line that we're creating in ABS, where we're expanding our services. We are trying to bring immersion into a classroom environment. So we're tackling some of the very things we heard about in the first panel, which is the problems with the technology, the physical constraints, the assessment of it, and that it doesn't connect with people and collaboration. So I'm happy to say one of the reasons I'm here is we're building a Hellenic Ship Safety Center in Greece that has very large LED screens where we can create a virtual reality experience without everybody having to wear the headsets. And it will have a facilitator, and it will still have peer-to-peer learning. So that's one of the approaches that ABS is taking to try to help the industry, so that way the costs, we're carrying those costs, right? And not every company has to do those. And then we're also looking into other technologies as to how we can bring maybe not virtual reality, but PC game-based learning out to the ships. So then you can bring some of that simulation world out to the ships as well. I 100% agree with the first panel that it does not replace hands-on training. Nothing will. But you talked about bridging that gap. And it can take what you learn in theory, give them some sort of world to experience before they go and touch the hands-on. So I go back to the first panel. I like the immersive world.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll talk a little bit more about this initiative later on. I have another question about this ABS training center announced last year during Posidonia. I'd like to go back to Professor Stefanos Hadjinikolaou. I have a question. And let me say that we witness rapid technological evolution in the maritime sector, and academic programs are under pressure to keep pace. Given the limited teaching hours available, how could academic institutions strike a balance between traditional foundational subjects and the introduction of new tech-driven content? Is it time to rethink the curriculum perhaps retiring certain courses to make room for emerging topics. And additionally, in an era where the software tools dominate ship design and operations, how can we ensure that students maintain a strong grasp of core engineering principles to critically assess and validate computer-generated outputs?
Thank you for the question. Only this morning, I read a summary from the Future of Jobs report of the World Economic Forum. This report, I saw it on LinkedIn only this morning, as we were discussing last night. So some figures from that report. 60% of workers will need to be reskilled by 2030. We are transforming, the world is transformed, and the workforce will be transformed. Our whole life will be transformed with the so-called AI. So what we do inside the university, I think this is or in an academic environment, what we can do. I will use an example. In order to arrive to AI, you have to climb a ladder. And the ladder starts from big data or data analytics. Then you go to machine learning. This is the second step of the ladder. And if you are good enough, you may arrive to a kind of AI. So what would be the role of an academic teacher or an academic institution in this? We need to support people to climb this ladder, starting from the basics, which is science, maths. What is data? How we work with data? What maths are inside data? We need to do that. So the fundamentals have to stay. Then we go to what we call machine learning. What is machine learning? Machine learning is creating algorithms, try to understand more, to try to pass part of the decision to the machine, if you like. But this has to be always in a very well-structured way. We need to train people to do that. We need to stay to fundamentals, so we need to equip our scientists with this kind of tools. And then we arrive at AI. To tell you the truth, with AI, we have not started yet. In my university, we have very good professors. I'm not one. I'm a naval architect, but we have very good colleagues working with AI already. They have developed LLMs. LLMs is the large language model. It's like ChatGPT. We have that inside our university and, of course, in other universities. We are already on that direction, on this direction, but I think that we have to stay low in the ladder because we have problems even identifying the data sometimes. We are working with ship operators. We know that ship operators do a lot of work now in the data due to the pressure coming from environmental regulations. One good thing from this regulation might be that we are starting working very, very closely and deeply working with this data. So we have to climb this ladder, and our part in the university is trying to support our future scientists with this kind of knowledge. But also in the reskilling. This is the basic curricula that we are developing inside university. As regards the reskilling, I think that we should also do a lot of work. And we need to collaborate with people in the industry. I heard, it was very interesting, the first session about what we do with the reskilling, with the competence management and all that. I think that also academic institutions can support in this. I have one example from the work that we have. It is, again, a funded project, but this one is an educational. It is the so-called Erasmus projects are not only, facilitating the mobility of students. There are big Erasmus projects funded by the EU that create curricula. They create new courses, master's programs, vocational training programs. In one of these, we are participating, supporting Helmepa in developing a course which is called Decarbonization Expert. I don't necessarily like this title, but we have to identify what a decarbonization expert we need in order to work in this field. So we are trying to do that with collaborating with institutions and, again, industry from all over Europe. This is the good thing, that we are discussing with more advanced educational system. For example, we have Finland inside this big project. To tell the truth, I'm amazed by their tools and educational principles. So this is what we have to do in the reskilling of the future scientists. But overall, I think that we have to keep our fundamentals, our basic scientific knowledge inside the university, and try to also support the industry's transformation, which is now happening.
Thank you very much. So you have a lot of work to do also ahead of you. Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to move to Professor Papas. And as ships become increasingly electrified and technologically advanced, do you believe the time has come for Greece to establish a dedicated school for maritime electric officers, which I understand also is part of your vision, aligned with SWS, SCTCW, and IMO standards to meet the specific training demands of this evolving role? What are the main gaps you observe today between current educational offering and the real-world requirement on board? And secondly, considering that merchant marine academies already meet the level 6 of national qualification framework, what further steps would be necessary to ensure their graduates receive fully recognized degrees equivalent to other higher educational institutions, and how we can better support their participation in academic research, which is currently limited by institutional and regulatory barriers?
Okay, let's start about the ETO school. I think Mr. Hadjigeorgiou said before that actually on board there is limited knowledge on electronics and automation systems that are currently applied on ships. So I believe, yes, it is the time to have a dedicated school, not just for electricians, but for electrical systems, electronic systems, and automation systems. After all, above a specific engine capacity, I think that an ETO is required on board. Okay, so that's a regulation. So I believe that, yes, it is the time to have a separate school in order to teach not only the STCW requirements, but further, like power electronics, like automation, cybersecurity, which is vital. So I think that our officers should should graduate the school by knowing the basic skills of what they are going to see on board as they travel. By doing so, I think we prepare them better. Okay, and we all know that our engineers are among the best in the world. Why not having a school for electric and electronic engineers that are going to be, again, the best on what they do? Okay. And what was the second question again, please?
So the second question is about the national qualification framework that we already meet, your academy, and any further steps that would be necessary to ensure that graduates receive fully recognized degrees equivalent to the higher institution.
Perfect, perfect. Now, I will try to move on from what other panelists said. And let's make a reverse flow. Imagine a seafarer with hands-on experience being a part of a research team on a funded EU project. Wouldn't that be beneficial for both academia and the seafarer by himself or herself? I think yes. As it is the current status, the students that graduate from the marine academies do not consider to be university students, university graduates, up until they become chief or masters. So unfortunately, they are not allowed to participate, to to study, to pursue postgraduate studies. A master's degree, for example, that is closely related to their job. And of course they have this right after 10 or 15 years of traveling, but does anyone think that after having an experience of 10 or 15 years on board, someone will return at a university in order to pursue a master's degree? I think not. So I believe it is essential for the marine academies, because the syllabus is appropriate, the credits are there, the students are prepared to be characterized as level 6. That would give to any graduate who wants to participate in research projects, to participate in postgraduate studies. Additionally, as institutions, we don't have an ELKE. I think most of us know that an ELKE is the special account for research and innovation. Actually is the funding mechanism of the institutions. Am I right? We don't have a funding mechanism, unfortunately. Without a funding mechanism nowadays, you cannot go on, you cannot move on, you cannot proceed as a higher institution. So I think an ELKE is something that should have been created yesterday. Okay. I think that was the question, right?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will move back to Ms. Harrison. Ms. Harrison, class societies, and particularly Ajax members like ABS, play a pivotal role in shaping the framework within which emerging maritime technologies are introduced, validated, and adapted. In this rapidly evolving environment, what strategic action is ABS taking to support both the safe implementation of new technologies and the upskilling of the workforce required to operate them? And how do class society balance the regulatory and technical roles with their growing contribution to education and training?
It's a great question. Thank you. I mentioned earlier how we are taking a broader, larger step into this education and training, particularly for seafarers. We've done it for a number of years for the shoreside staff, but we are moving forward. And in addition to those investments in technologies, one of the things we're really trying to do is we see a unique opportunity for class societies to play a connection role, so that we can all learn from each other and we can take that safety framework that we basically consider as part of our DNA, and we can say, okay, let's work with the engine manufacturers or the cargo, the GTTs of the world, and let's work with other clients and build these partnerships. So a lot of the courses that we're developing, so we work with clients and we find out what are they doing, what are their pain points. One of the case studies that we're building now is coming directly from some client feedback. We've had clients partner with us on our ammonia courses, our methanol courses, and we have them pilot them. And then we bring in some experts in their training. So we're trying to delicately not recreate what's already in the industry. There's too much we have to build, and we have too short of a time, as we already know, to try to figure out how to upskill everybody. But if we can create a week-long course that brings in ABS, brings in some of the engine manufacturers, brings in commercial looks, whatever that might be that the client needs, that helps save time. And I think that it's a role that class can play, where we can build that bridge and be that connecting tissue, if you will, to keep safety at the forefront and making sure that the training that goes to the shoreside or seafarer staff is of the best quality.
Thank you. And as you are working in a class, I would like also to have the opinion for Mr. Hadjigeorgiou about the class and their role. So, Mr. Hadjigeorgiou, from an operator's standpoint, how do you view the evolving role of the classification societies in the context of new maritime technologies, especially when you have been working so many years and you know what was the traditional role of the class, right? And beyond their regulatory oversight, do you see them becoming more actively involved in facilitating the practical implementation of innovation and supporting the education and training needs on both board and shoreside personnel?
Okay, I'm afraid that my opinion is bad news for class societies. I think that class society's role, as it used to be, has ended. Class societies should redefine their roles in the future, because they have been overtaken from all sides by other parties. Let's say rulemaking is now the job of IMO and /Ajax. Surveys, you have port state control, you have RightShip, you have every guy that goes on board the ship, he has an opinion. What else? That's it. Your job is basically the class society has a role as we used to know it has ended. So I think you need to make leaps forward and regain lost ground by RightShip, Mr. or make class societies so powerful that RightShip will not need to be there. Or this is a humorous example, but there are lots. If you go to many European ports, the port state control requires aviation standards from the seafarers. If you go to many other parts of the world, if you do not pay, you do not get the paper for the port state control. So the crew on board cannot understand, although they want to, why in one port you have to be a rocket scientist and the other port you need to be a banker. So I think class societies need to rethink seriously their role. What I heard you saying about the training could be an idea, but then class society should not only offer the training. Class society should be also responsible for the result. I mean, it should train personnel to the level that is required by class to have a certain minimum safety level of training. So it is not an optional offering. It should be something that you would be responsible for the people on board and towards the shipping company. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So that means I need to allow an answer because you made some bold statements here. So Ms. Harrison needs to reply.
Boy, I sure wish we had practiced this last night. Yeah, so it is an interesting idea to put classification societies as the role of mandating the training that's required on board. It would certainly help my business, I suppose. But at the end of the day, we can only do so much, right? I have no problem with validating the effectiveness of the training that we're building. I think it's very important, and that's one of the reasons I do think that the theoretical classroom trainings and even the online trainings need better assessment models, so that when people go through training, you have a better quality standard by which you're assessing the effectiveness of the training. However, unless classification societies were to morph into a personnel management opportunity or role, maintaining the quality of that training on board and trying to personalize it for each and every ship would be rather challenging. From an organizational standpoint. So when I see the individual operators themselves are challenged in keeping their own crew training when they are on board their own assets, it would be extremely difficult for a third-party person to make it happen. So I do agree that we can play a larger role, and I think we have to have these kinds of dialogues to figure out exactly what that new role is. So I very much welcome the commentary. But I think we're probably a far cry away from most ship owners and operators wanting to hand their personnel crew training over to class to manage. But You know, it's a bold new world. Who knows? Who knows?
Okay, we have an. Okay, please.
Yes. It is known that I have been working in class societies for many years in training and in research. I have collaborated with people that are present here. I think that class societies are great collectors of knowledge. Through the years that they have been working near shipping, they are collecting a huge knowledge from surveys, from audits, from new buildings, from all the synergies that they have with equipment makers, engine makers. I think that this should pass, and I think at some point it does, should pass into training, and this is beneficial for the whole industry. So I think that class societies have a very important role in training in this respect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
Can I?
We have a Q&A in the end.
Session at the end.
Yes, thank you very much. Let us have the flow going. Thank you. Ms. Perceletu, from your experience in market analysis and close observation of industry trends, how do you view the evolving role of apprenticeships and internships in preparing the next generation of maritime professionals? And in what ways can structured early career programs bridge the gap between academic learning and the fast-paced, data-driven reality of the maritime sector?
Thank you. Before answering this question, I need to emphasize here that I have a feeling that we are lacking something which is very crucial. We don't just need independent actions. We need collaboration. Because yes, we are here today and we are discussing about education stuff and training and the green future of shipping, but we're also facing a very big challenge is the geopolitical landscape and the trade war that we are now experiencing. And the day-to-day business runs to tackle the most critical aspects of chartering, vessel employment, war insurance. There are many aspects, and we have two challenges. We have the next generation already studying now at universities, trying to figure out how they can stand themselves in the next future of shipping, and we have the existing personnel on shore and on vessels. They are tackling the challenge of the green future of shipping, and we are not well prepared. So for sure we need collaboration, and regarding the role of internships, it's very crucial because we need to bridge the gap between educational and practical experience. But on the other side, I have a feeling that from my experience speaking, we don't have career sections, not even at the universities, not even at the ship-owning houses, where next generation can apply CVs or can create opportunities for internships, and you can register the forms there, and you can register your interest if you want to have an internship on shore or on vessel. So we don't even have the infrastructure there. So instead of trying to figure out what we can have in theory, let's start thinking what we can have in practice from tomorrow. So although I have written totally different things to share on this question, like I had an inspiration while we were speaking now, that we are feeling we are lacking the practical cases. Overall, I think the role of internship is critical because we build skills, we build confidence, and we strengthen our position overall. Just to share some ideas that I have, like how we can strengthen ties between academia and the shipping ecosystem. So we can create like joint innovation hubs where universities and industry can co-develop and test green technologies. We can have like shared data access programs where we can allow researchers to model emissions and create better decarbonization strategies. And if we share the data access and we give the opportunity to research to build model around emissions, this can also help ship owners and overall the maritime classes to decide which is the most proper alternative fuel technology that a ship owner needs to have on vessel applied. Because up to the moment, we are not aware of that. We are just testing the waters. So if we manage to find a way to collaborate, ship owners, universities, classification societies, I think, yes, we can have a better result.
Thank you very much. In practice, we need more training, as far as I understand, and in practical training. So I need to address the next question to Ms. Harrison, because ABS is clearly doing significant work in redefining maritime training, especially with the launch of the Hellenic Ship Safety Center announced during Posidonia last year. And last night you told me that I think you have, you're starting on June. You're opening the center this year, so we look forward to that. And I'm also really curious what kind of training support we will see there. And the integration of immersive technologies such as virtual reality, simulation, and game-based learning represents a major leap towards the modernization of seafarer education. But at the same time, as already discussed and highlighted, the focus must shift not just for the technology readiness, but also to the people readiness timelines. So the question to you is, how do you see the industry evolving in terms of assessing the readiness and competence of seafarers to safely and effectively operate in a world of emerging technologies and alternative fuels? And are traditional assessment models still sufficient? Or is there a need for a new framework that aligns with the complexity and pace of today's innovation, ensuring both safety and sustainability?
Excellent, thank you. I do think that there is a need for some new thinking in how we assess largely, and perhaps I'm influenced by how much time I've spent on internal corporate training and in the general human resource development world. But, and we heard a little bit about it today with the conversation in panel one between the hard skills and soft skills. And what we're really talking about is, when you put those two together, are building capabilities of people. And I think if we start to look towards some of the corporate training or the shoreside training that happens and try to adjust that to the ship crew and officers, we can start to really build a capabilities matrix. I've heard a lot about identifying what skills are required. It's about identifying what those skills are, both hard and soft, that make up the capabilities of that person, and then tying the training back to it. And that is a framework that is becoming more and more, skills-based learning is becoming more and more popular within the general human resources arena. And I think that for the crew in particular, it's a great opportunity to rethink how we're defining the roles, training for those roles, and then assessing the capabilities of the people against those roles. And it sounds very complex and nebulous, but it can be, it's like anything else. You can have a Ferrari, which is some fancy software system that does it, or you can just do it in Excel spreadsheets. But I think it's really about moving beyond just the certificates and checking the boxes, right? And driving home of what is the qualities and the capabilities this person has to have, and how are you observing that they have it? Are you observing it with someone on board? Are you just doing a 1 through 10 scale from someone that maybe sees them 2 or 3 times in a 6-month period? What really is happening? And I think that it's a great opportunity as ship owners and ship operators start to look at upskilling, to also take a look at a new framework for their crew and officers to define the capabilities that they need and then how they assess against them. I would love to say I have a magic wand that tells you exactly what that is, but I don't. But I do recommend that we look more towards capability skills matrix and dive into the research by people like Josh Burson and really look at treating the seafarers more akin to the way, the development of them, more akin to the way we do our shore-based and corporate staff. I think it would go a long way.
Thank you very much. I think as a final note, because we need to take some QAs, I would like to say that what I realized in this panel discussion that we have some common understanding. I hear a lot about collaboration. I hear a lot of about initiatives, and Ms. Maria, she also made a remark about being practical, and Professor Papas also mentioned the importance of having people from the industry participating in research and development projects, which can bring actually the real knowledge back to the industry. I'd like to thank everybody. It was very nice. So we're going to take some QAs now, and we'll start with you.
Thank you. Actually, it's not. Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you for the excellent input from all of you. I found very valuable feedback from what I heard here, but representing a class society, I would like to take up a few points that I heard. One, and very valuable for me, is what Mr. Hadjinicolaou said, that what class really has to offer is to share the knowledge. And this is really, really important. This is what our clients and the shipping industry should require from us. To add to that, I think we need to stress out the importance of sharing information. Sharing is a word that we don't use very much in shipping. We say it, but we don't do it. There are platforms, DNV has a platform, Veracity, where you can share data to the benefit of the shipping community. But not many people are willing to share, although, of course, all legal and confidentiality aspects are guaranteed. I think this is something that we need to focus on and put a lot of effort in. I loved what Mrs. Harrison said about training and how we need to see it in the future. And coming back to Mr. Hadjigeorgiou's statement regarding class being responsible of how people are trained, a saying came into my mind: you can take the camel to the water, but it's up to her if she drinks. So we can teach people, but it's up to them if they learn. And by saying them, I don't mean only the individuals, I mean the companies. So it's the culture of the company that will allow people to learn, that will create the learning environment in which they can learn. This is very important. It has to do with the cultural thing of the human element that we discussed in the first panel. We discuss about training and training and training. Do we need more training? Do we really need more training? I don't think so. I think we need different training. I think we need a different approach in training, practical training, as Maria said. Things that will be beneficial, things that will be meaningful. Training must be meaningful. And this is where we should focus on.
Thank you. And a very nice statement from a glass society perspective, and thank you for that. But we need also to hear a shipping veteran, Mr. Dean Tseretopoulos. He has a question.
What I just heard, I'd like to invite the lady to attend the Martecma meeting and see about sharing of information, because it's exactly what Martecma has been doing since 1998, specifically for technical matters, and it's fuel consumption and stuff like that, which some people consider to be very highly sensitive. But the thing is, fuel economy is carbon economy. And so everything, sharing some information from technical by competitors. He's doing very well in Greece these days and has been acknowledged by very many people as having been a successful venture. Okay, but that's not what I wanted to say was to Ms. Harrison. I understand very well your reaction to Mr. Hadjigeorgiou's request for a change from the classification point of view in helping the owners. This is something that is very much being discussed in places like Martekma by all the technical managers that are attending. And that reminds me very much of the original reluctance that the classes had with being involved in ISM and ISO. Very much. As an old person, I remember those days, and there was a lot of anxiety. But the problem is, Mr. Hadjigeorgiou is asking the classification help because you are the classes, all of them are maybe reluctant, but everybody and their brother is doing exactly that ashore. They're classing and grading the training and this and that by whether they're insurers, charters, people that make a business out of doing this ashore, like some people here. So we need the class to help and cooperate with the owners in developing a good standard of training, and B, certifying somehow, or giving the owner some help in showing to the people ashore that he's doing the best possible and is with the classification guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. And I will take just one more question because we're out of time. And please identify yourself.
Thank you. My name is... I'm sorry, it's not working properly. Can you hear me? I think now. Okay. Well, my name is Iakintos. I'm the head of School of Engineering from the Merchant Marine Academy of Macedonia. I would like to state some things about the academies because they are not all black, or not everything is not black, let's say, something like that. First of all, please have in mind that the academies are here to educate officers. So the new technologies that you have mentioned, such as ammonia or hydrogen, is still under designing or research, also the polytechnic schools from the universities. Our goal is to teach our students to run and maintain these engines. So we expect from the polytechnical schools to have the last word about how they are going to work, and then to have a new syllabus about what we are teaching. This is the first thing that I want to say. Also, please have in mind that there are European projects running at the academies. At least at our academy, we have run European projects. There is a way, there is a difficult way, of course, what Mr. Papa said, it's true, but there is a way to run European projects, and we have run them. Have also in mind that we run a project in the academy. We call it in the last 3 years we ran a project called the autonomous vessel. We have created an autonomous vessel because also autonomy is a new point that we are going to face in the next 20-30 years. I don't know exactly. We have built a ship which is really autonomous. It was at the fair in Thessaloniki. The Prime Minister was there and saw the vessel that the Academy created, the autonomous vessel. As far as the ET officers concerned, yes, we need a school for ET officers because as an electrical engineer that I am, I can assure you that electrical engineers can find their way outside, also in the land, not searching jobs at sea. So we have to create our own school to create electricians and electrical engineers from board. The academy had for the last 3 years a postgraduate project training how do we call them, electrical engineers from universities and technical institutions to become ETO officers on board. So there is a road, but you see there were
very, very little number of people attending those courses. Because as I said before, electrical engineers can find another, their way out. As far as the level 6 concern that was mentioned, I would like to say that at this moment, as mentioned, first officers are equivalent to technical institutions. The problem is not if they can go to have postgraduate studies. The problem is that we are asking them to use new technologies that already the polytechnic schools are studying, and we expect from them not to follow the technology. So it must be a level 6, because have in mind that we also need people. You know that this year, Merchant Marine Academy of Macedonia is offering 500 new seats for engineers. If we gather 300, we will be happy. The number is very, very small. We have talked to more than almost 100 schools to persuade people to come to academies. You cannot persuade a mother, and since we are in Greece, everybody knows that mother is a secret person, and tell her that her son or her daughter is not going to be in a level 6 institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. One more question. Last question.
It's not a question, it's a comment. And it's an important one. Shipping is the only industry, not only within transportation industries, but of all the industries that, apart from operation, they are shipping, the crew are doing also the emergency maintenance. If a ship is in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, the crew has to do the maintenance so they can restart the auxiliary engines or the main engine. So this is important, and we have to safeguard. We have to make sure that this training will continue to be there for the future. Otherwise, we will need more tags, more service engineers, and more aircrafts or drones to get them there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We don't have time.
One more comment.
Okay.
We talk a lot about training and we say how important it is. But first of all, we need to bring and keep the people in the shipping business, because we know that we cannot find now people. And we go all to cheaper and cheaper, let's say, solutions as crew, because we cannot find people. So we have to persuade the people that have to come in to work on board the ship. The same is not only shipping on board, it's also in the shipbuilding industry. Now in Korea, in other places, they cannot find workers because nobody wants to go to so tough jobs to do. So this is very important to bring the people. And just one comment for classification. Yes, definitely we have the knowledge because we have global network and we can support people, and we're not working as we used to, that's for sure. Now we're mostly as advisories, as advisor people to support, to work together with the ship owners and all the industry. It's not only for going to make surveys.
Okay, thank you very much. This will end panel 2, and I will ask the panel 3 people to join us here to take their position. We will not have a break. We will continue directly. So please wait a few minutes and we will continue with panel 3. Good afternoon. We will start panel 3 on reshaping the training needs to deal with the new technologies. And let me pass the floor to our moderator, Mr. Stavros Hadjigrigoris.
Good afternoon, καλό απόγευμα σε όλους. I will change the way we have done this conference so far. I will give to the moderators, to the speakers, 8 to 10 minutes to discuss the subjects that we have in the agenda, and then they will have a few minutes, say 4 to 6 minutes, to answer questions from the floor. Agreed? Because he was worried yesterday what kind of questions I'm going to ask him. Okay, so my opening statement, a kind of statement. 2050, it's only a ship's life away. It seems that we are discussing issues, but the time seems to be running short. We cannot play with decarbonization, and we cannot shelve new technology waiting to see what other people will do. We have to accept the new fuels. I don't know how many of them. We have biofuels, methanol, ammonia, hydrogen in their green forms. And we have nuclear. We also have transient fuels, such as LNG and LPG, which will be used for sure for the next 15 years. We have to work fast to adopt our knowledge and the management tools sooner rather than later. Carbon capture and sequestration are also in the agenda. Personally, I do not think that one or two new fuels will prevail, but we have wasted a lot of valuable resources talking about what somebody was thinking. Somebody is thinking about hydrogen. We have the oil majors. One day they think about biofuels. The other day they think about LNG. The other day the same major, not different major, thinks about hydrogen. IT technologies like autonomous or shore-based controls, remote troubleshooting and monitoring, machine learning, augmented reality, and cybersecurity. Personally, I hate this word, cybersecurity, are in front of us. New technologies do not only apply to ship management, shipbuilding and recycling are also in the picture. Resources are not unlimited. I have to stress this. We have been focusing for the past 10 years or so on soft skills, whilst at the same time we accept that remote operations will most probably prevail. How we can combine remote operations, autonomous ships and soft skills, I have no idea. Who are the right people to train? Should we still be watching videos that we call them training? I don't think so. Is AI coming into our life? Is Chat GPT coming into our life? Is the DeepSeek better than Chat GPT? Again, I don't know. I hope that you will leave this session with more questions than the answers that you will get. We will continue with as we have the panelists, as we have them in the program, and please introduce yourself. Not 2 paragraphs, 2 lines maybe.
Me or?
No. As we have it in the schedule. So it's Mr. Capuani from Vanzetti.
Hi everybody, my name is Andrea Capuani.
Open.
Could you hear me?
8 λεπτά.
Yes. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of Vanzetti Engineering, that is a cryogenic pump maker. We are actually working in cryogenic business and marine business since 1984, so it has 40 years of heritage. It's not working. I'm taking care of the business, so the 4 business unit we have. So we are working in marine, industrial, gases, and aerospace business. And we have a dedicated after-sales business unit to take care to the training and after-sales activities in the company. Yes.
John, I think you're next.
Then we have John Kokarakis from BV.
From Hania.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Greener Summit 2025. Like Stavros said, I'm John Kokarakis, Technical Director of Bureau Veritas, and I can say that I feel a little bit as a dog or a cat that hunts its tail, because there are so many innovations and so many new things that appear that we really have to focus on all of them practically, and in the end, the final result, I'm not sure is the best one. But this is what we are doing. We check all of the new fuels, the new technologies, the new efficiency enhancing devices, especially in the digital world, augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence. Our fearless moderator is the one that a few years ago he introduced the concept of ChatGPT. I remember him singing a poem that was written by ChatGPT, and I thank him for that, because he introduced me to this artificial intelligence robotic development, and now I'm proud that I can solve differential equations and make animations in this machine and others. Thank you. I hope you have a productive and interesting time.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hadjigrigoris. I am Natasha Kouvertari. I'm a senior lead in human competency at the LR Maritime Decarbonization Hub, which is the research and development arm, we could say, dealing primarily with whatever touches upon decarbonization and digitalization under human safety and risk. Thank you. More, okay. Initially, I joined Lloyd's Register in 2004. I was a project manager before, so I've been at the Lloyd's Register Maritime Decarbonization Hub for the last 3 years. One thing I would like the audience to know about the Maritime Decarbonization Hub: it was established in 2020 to deal with the decarbonization challenge, and primarily we have 2 focus areas. One is the fuel adoption team that looks after the upscaling of the new fuels, hydrogen, methanol, ammonia, other energy sources and new molecules. And the other team is the human safety and risk team, which has been just put together recently, the member of which I am here today to present to you the projects that we are doing. Looking after whatever has to do with human competencies, reskilling, upskilling, the new talents that need to be employed. I've heard from colleagues here, ex-colleagues, about the retention need for seafarers, which is also a valid problem, recruitment issues, and all these aspects that are primarily dominating the agenda of too many forums and too many organizations in the current maritime landscape. Hope this covers a bit more.
Okay. Mrs. Papaioannou.
My turn now. Okay, I'm Marina Papaioannou. I'm the Regional Maritime Academies Manager for DNV. You can't hear me very well. I see you. So I have been working for Academy for 15 years now. We do a lot of things in the Academy. We try to find our pace in the very complex environment that we live in shipping. There are many things that we would like to cover. We try to share the knowledge of DNV with our clients, which is our first concern. And then we try to cover the regulatory requirements, of course. And we also try to connect other segments of the industry with class to offer this option to our, this perspective to our clients, like things that topics that one would not expect class to deliver, like marine insurance, claims, bunkers, or other things. So our main concern is to make the life of shipping people easier, the everyday work life. There are so many developments, so many things, so many new regulations that one needs to know, to learn, to interact, to put into the systems, that you can't do it alone. You need help, and constructing help is our job, and delivering it to the clients. That's what we try to do. Do you need more from my side as well? No, fine, thank you.
And Mr. Vlasopoulos?
Thank you, Stavro. Thank you to the organizers for this fantastic day. My name is Spyros Vlasopoulos. I'm the managing director of a company called Ionic. We own and technically and commercially manage a fleet of tankers and bulk carriers. I think training needs and new technologies, we all want to be associated with that, irrespective of which side of the desk we sit on. It's like safety. We all want to be the best. But actually, you never want to be the guinea pig. You don't want to be the first. So far, the past couple of panels, very interesting topics, which hopefully will enlighten on the challenges and whatnot. It's a moving industry. I think we've all accepted that. But having said that, it's something that we don't want to be the guinea pigs. We need to ensure that there's transparency and we all move together in a manner holding hands. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So I have some questions. I'll ask 2 questions to each panelist and then questions from the floor. I changed my schedule because I was expecting a bit more kind of introduction from the speakers, but never mind. So, Mr. Kapuani, role of LNG for the next 15 years.
Okay, is a good question. We are in the marine sector since we delivered the first HP pump around 2017. Currently, we are monitoring very strictly the market, having the possibility to have a look in a cross-domain. So we see also industrial activities, not only marine, and we are the possibility to compare. In principle, what we are seeing is LNG, even if in a so complex geopolitical situation where we are, will take traction for the next 10, 15 years. This is something that I'm seeing in a different market, and should be something that has to deal with. Clearly, there is a path to decarbonize that we cannot avoid, and as a matter of fact, is very, very important. So what we see is mainly 3 phases, what we have figured out, and we expect making our modeling of what will be the fuel transition. In the next 5 years, I think LNG will keep running, and this is the main fuel, let me say, a main transitional fuel. In the second phase of then, let me say up to 2035, we think that in order to cope with IMO targets and all the regulation, most likely there will be situation which bio LNG or synthetic will come in. I'm saying bio LNG because it's a good way to keep the LNG supply chain and logistic infrastructure alive. Is in the fuel transition, the trilemma, we don't have to forget the affordability. I mean, we need to stick with what is really feasible. And in terms of assets, right now, we have something like 200, 300 bunkering ports available for LNG, and already 70, 80 for bio-LNG all over the world. Difficult to think that will be not depreciated in the next 20 years, considering also the massive order of LNG that is coming right now is over 2,000 vessels. There is 1,000 alternative, and 70% is LNG. So we think that bio-LNG could be, if supported in the right way, could be a sort of, in a blending approach, something that can make this transition easier. What we see in the future is very difficult. We need to have the crystal ball to see after 2035. But what is interesting is the approach that we see, for instance, from Japanese, that is investing a lot on hydrogen, but with the intention to move on e-methane. So to again keep alive the LNG supply chain infrastructure for something more, for more time, when the technology maybe of hydrogen or something else will pop up. This is what we have almost in mind as something that could be realistic. I don't know really if the geopolitical situation and the world will change again the expectation. But this is a matter of fact.
Thank you. Vanzetti, as you said, introduced a new technology product in 2017.
Yes.
What has been your experience with problems with your products? Is the situation improving, and why is it improving?
Yes, from technological point of view, we are recording so far our return from field. So it's important to build up the statistics. So in terms of reliability, we provide something that we expect certified, and we adapt the statistic and the mean time between failure based on what is the return from field. So the next 2 years, so waiting for the dry dock 5 years, will be very important to have more consistent information. But there are two things that I think is important to highlight in terms of lesson learned from field and what we are investing, where we are investing in order to improve. You know, is for low pressure pumps, that is the intent pumps. What we saw is the problem more related to the clogging, so the dirtiness. This is something that ship owners and all the stakeholders around the ship have to take care. And even if there is flashing of the line, even if there is filters and bunkering filters, always there is this risk that can create some stopping problem because can deteriorate the bearings of the pump and induce cavitation. So what we did as improvement action is create filters, larger filters, basket filter, in order to increase a lot of the area and risk mitigate the situation, because it's difficult to I mean, we can transfer the problem to the ship owner, but in reality, we need to withstand with the situation. Another action that we are putting in place, and this is under development, is the introduction of magnet, cryogenic magnet, in order to try to reduce the particles below 35 microns. This is under development. By the end of the year, we will come out with the prototypes to be installed on board. A basket filter is already on board. On the HP pump side, a bit more complex because there are many different requirements is driving the change. One for sure is the increase of the pressure, the inlet. I mean, the discharge pressure is a trend that propulsion maker is going toward. So we are studying and we are implementing fatigue test benches in order to assess our current design and configuration. We are trying to improve the cavitation performance by redesigning the fluid dynamics of cold ends. We are trying to do some action that is moving toward the let me say, to have a better alarm and trip set in a way that we can prevent in advance the cavitation occurring. But
I was referring more to what you do to train people, but never mind now. It's so one question from the floor for Mr. Kapouani, except Mr. Tseretopoulos. No, okay. No, Dimitri.
Stavro, my question was what you just mentioned now. Today we've been focusing a lot on training of staff to deal with new equipment, new technology, new fuels. What are you doing in order to support the seafarers on board the ships, which in the future won't just be the LNG carriers, obviously, it's all the sectors when they take on all these new alternative fuels?
Could you repeat just to better understand?
What do you do to train the people?
To the people. Okay, for the people, we have an approach at the 3 level. Normally we provide for free the training to all the stakeholders, so including ship owner, shipyards, and fuel gas system supplier. So the first level is, let me say, once a year to have the ship owners or, the operators inside the company in order to teach practical things, few practical things that can avoid the risk of stopping operation. This is the task. There is some theoretical stuff, but it's practical. Then there could be video, that could be translated operating manual, because it's very important in the Chinese context to speak the same language, and this can help. The second level is normally devoted to certified local support. We have 2 local support, one in China, one in Korea. It is not only for installation and commission, it's also small troubleshooting. It's a higher level, more intensive. We're discussing about weeks of training inside the company. And the third level is normally for internal people. So is when there is important troubleshooting to be done. We are dedicating attention also to the training inside the company by creating an academy in a way that we can grow the cryogenic competences. We have created a link also with the university in order to have people since the beginning again. It's not very difficult because it's very specific niche, and so we need to see the training in the life cycle of the activity. Sorry if I didn't answer before, but
I think you answered now, so thank you very much. Yanni, what are the key new technologies that are driving the need for changes in training programs?
Industry, it's April 1st, but what I'm going to say is not a joke. Industry is changing, and training must change with it as well. We have a variety of new technologies, especially in the digital world. We start with the fuels. There is a variety of fuels, and the $1 million question is which one is the best. I will go with LPG instead of LNG for the future, because I have a lot of arguments that corroborate towards its better stance for the future, better carbon number, no methane slip, price about comparable with LNG, and cleaner combustion. Also less cryogenic, so it means the capex is lower with LPG than with LNG. But the big question is how we're going to ask the sailors to run the engines that burn these fuels. If you talk to the big engine makers, they will tell you everything is ready. They have engines that burn these fuels, but unfortunately these engines have a lot of problems and defects. So we're not sure. The ammonia engine was presumably to be ready to be built in 2024. still there is no light, almost in the middle of 2025. Artificial intelligence has seen a lot of progress. We see, today I was reading an article in TradeWinds about the ability of artificial intelligence to predict within a certain time which member of the crew runs the risk to be injured. They run a lot of calculations and they can tell you which one, and they have verification for this, for their guess. You remember the accident that happened in Baltimore, in the bridge of Baltimore, the Dali collision with the bridge. Today we have the virtual and augmented reality that can train our sailors to act and react in cases of risks. I got fascinated by the topic of crash astern maneuver. I worked on this, and it is actually a fascinating topic. And I was very surprised to find out that a lot of engineers, sailors, chief engineers, have never in their career done the crash astern maneuver, and they avoid it like the devil, the devil with a cross. So here is a possibility to have a simulation with virtual reality and bring, utilizing the so-called augmented reality, continuously natural digital barriers in the route of the ship to check the reaction and train the crew. So this is a kind of a free and easy simulation. We are facing quantum computing. In the future, autonomous shipping. Personally, I do not see it in ocean crossing vessels. I would not trust a multi-million dollar investment to the luck. We need the crews, but inevitably in shorter routes, it's going to be a reality. Wind-assisted propulsion is a new development that it is not new. We had the clippers that were making 17 knots in the past. Which vessel, besides the container ships, today develops 17 knots? So it is there, and it's promoted among others. So we have a wealth of new technologies, and we have to deal with all of them and train the crews, because they are the final deliverers of the technology.
Thank you, Yanni. I understand what you say is that we have the tools, but we are not organized well enough to take advantage of them. Am I right? Or?
We talk about green fuels, for example, and there are no green fuels. So it is not a matter of organization, it's a matter that I'm embarrassed to talk about the so-called e-fuels or green fuels, because we are not realistic. You mentioned carbon capture very rightly in your introduction. It is the keys of life for the fossil fuels, and yet we see IMO not to make a decision on what will happen. Why not? If I remove carbon dioxide from the exhaust gases, I'm doing the humanity a benefit. I'm providing a benefit. Why not making a step ahead? So it is an obvious lack of organization Today, we were in the second day of deliberations for the indecision working group at IMO, and tomorrow there is no. It is going to be finished today. The rest of the week, the guys are going to have vacation in London. No, nothing's going to happen the rest of the week.
Okay.
Why?
Okay. To support Yannis, I will ask the audience. We have 48 methanol engines in operation. How many of you have received any kind of training related to methanol? Please raise your hand. Nobody. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, in life there are some rules.
Turn it on.
It is.
Okay.
It is. And we have violated all of them. The first rule is that politics comes first. With the
Keep the microphone closer.
In this green transition, politics was outside, and then we see Trump to jump in and change the game. The green transition has not been designed properly. It has been designed driven by certain interests, but it was not a well-organized transition. This is why today politics and geopolitics come into play to correct things, and we have to take that into account. Now, having said that, coming to technology, technology is a neutral thing. It's not either good or bad. And we have to take that in mind. There are many risks with artificial intelligence. And there is a point of maximum benefit. We have to take that. This is a long discussion. We can't make it here, but this is the principle we have to start in. Now, I believe that today we must discuss about sea routes, the risks there, and the way things are changing, rather than technologies. Technologies, well, if the market is mature, the right technology will emerge. I stop here.
Can I?
I understand your proposal is that all IMO ex-secretaries should go to jail, correct?
Yeah.
More or less.
More or less. More.
Okay. We speak at the same wavelength.
You understand?
Okay.
Can I make a comment from the methanol? Okay. The big problem with methanol is the price. Why? Because methanol has carbon, okay? But the carbon that we utilize to make methanol is taken from the air with a percentage of 0.03%. The exhaust gases have 5-6%, much easier. We don't accept the carbon from the exhaust gases to have to be a green methanol. And if you are going to burn methanol, you better burn crude oil. It's much better for the environment if you look at it from the well-to-wake standpoint. So we have to be careful and realistic. Methanol is the most expensive fuel. Besides the efforts of the Methanol Institute, it is a fact. It is a nice combustion, but as Stavros implied, there are many things we had to learn about methanol and its combustion. It's very flammable. We need cofferdams, we need inner gas, we need a lot of, and this can be found. Thanks God there is a MEPC 16 circular 1621 that describes what the vessel has to have, and various classes have issued guidelines.
Yanni, okay, but we have 46 engines that are running on methanol, and we have more than 120 orders for methanol burning ships. We have them.
Grey methanol.
Okay. Okay.
Grey methanol. Not green methanol. Grey.
We still have them. We still have the 46
Sure,
and the 120.
And they pollute more than the...
Okay, you can tell this to Maersk and other liner companies. Natasha, training and competency development, what is happening there?
Okay, that's a nice question because it sets a foundation of where we are, what the IMO is doing in this respect, what the industry is doing in this respect, because I've heard the previous panel talking about collaboration. It's a buzzword. We keep referring to collaboration, to synergies, to initiatives that should engage all the stakeholders from across the maritime supply chain. So I would like to start this position by stating that whatever has to do with alternative fuels and new technologies, we have stated before, the starting point should be safety, and safety provisions for the new fuels, the new molecules, must develop hand in hand with the training provisions. And this is a new element that has actually come into life with the Maritime Just Transition Task Force training project that I'm going to talk about in a bit, because I get the feeling that not too many people know about this initiative. It is the initiative that aims at delivering the baseline training, so what we feel it will be a goal-based standard for basic and advanced training frameworks for all seafarers, and part of this can be then cascaded to include shore-based personnel. But in order to start from scratch, we know that safety provisions for new fuels are being developed at the IMO Subcommittee on Carriage of Cargoes and Containers, so CCC. This subcommittee has finalized draft interim guidelines for the safety of ships using ammonia as a fuel, and there have continued work on interim guidelines for the use of hydrogen as a fuel. There is a correspondence group that is progressing this work, aiming for approval to Maritime Safety Committee 111 in May 2026. This is with regards to the safety provisions. Now, with regards to training provisions for seafarers that need to be developed, as I said before, hand in hand with the safety provisions, because yes, we don't have the alternative fuels, as correctly stated by Mr. Kokarakis, but we do need to develop in the background what our seafarers will need in terms of competencies, of skills, of training, of talents needed. So training provisions are addressed at the IMO by the HTW subcommittee. It's the Human Element Training and Watchkeeping subcommittee of the IMO. In February, there was a week's discussion, and they came up with, they drafted the generic interim guidelines for the training of all seafarers working on ships that are propelled by ammonia, hydrogen, and methanol, and new technologies. So this is really critical because this wording has now passed as the official wording in the interim guidelines that have been progressed. And they also started drafting fuel-specific guidelines. The first one was for methanol, ethanol as fuel, and the next will come next. So the outcomes of HTW Subcommittee 11 this February were largely based on a joint submission by the ICS and the ITF on the new competencies needed for the new fuels. That was the output of the work of the Maritime Just Transition Task Force, which is a cross-industry initiative that is led by the UN Global Compact, by the IMO, the ILO, the ICS, the ITF, and Lloyd's Register Maritime Decarbonization Hub was employed to provide technical advice. So there were 13 risk assessment workshops that took place in 2024 that gave life to a table of competencies for these new alternative fuels. That was the basis of the joint submission by ICS and ITF at HTW this February. So the output of this and the impact could be far-reaching because it seems that this work has been set a baseline of what could then become a goal-based standard for seafarers training.
and we feel it is important to be said. Now, at a regional level, at the European Union level, the Draghi report, which is a very large document of 400 pages, the past month happened in Brussels, the European Shipping Summit, on the 19th and 20th of March. They echoed the fact that shipping is one of the main pillars of European Union's competitiveness, and actually shipping has been included as one of the key pillars to be included in the clean industrial deal of Europe. This is actually critical as well because the Director General of Mobility and Transport has indeed put a lot of emphasis on peoples, on skill sets, on the new talents that are needed to increase the competitiveness of Europe's shipping because of the share it holds in the global maritime ecosystem. So we consider all these developments are very critical, and they are all heading towards forming what we call a goal-based standard. From an industry perspective, there has been also a series of reports specifically on ammonia that is a deep dive on the specific fuel option by the Maersk Mckinney Moller Center on Zero Carbon Shipping. We know they put a lot of effort and work into making ammonia as a viable fuel, as an alternative. Together with the Lloyd's Register Decarbonization Hub, they have released a series of reports, a summary report, a technical report with training standards, and another technical report with competencies for seafarers and shore-based personnel, because we usually let them outside of the discussion. They should come into the discussion. Talents and skill sets is something that should be expanded at personnel at shore as well, especially now with digital new technologies, because the interface between the vessel and the port and people ashore, it's going to be another critical factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. You have replied to questions that I did not ask, but that's fine. Mrs. Papaioannou, what is happening as far as skills are required in the management companies? Do we see new jobs to be created? Do we see jobs to be abandoned?
Let me start with a comment on what we just discussed, and then I will link it to the answer to this question. The title of our session is Reshaping the Training Needs to Deal with New Technologies. I don't think we need to reshape the training needs. Training needs come because we have new technologies, so they're here. What we need to do is to reshape probably the training, the way we provide the training. This is what we need to reshape. And at this moment, although all the initiatives that Mrs. Kubertari just described are in place, we do not have clear guidance on how to train people, especially with regards to decarbonization and alternative fuels. We would need model courses, IMO model courses in place. We would need specific guidance, and most importantly, we would need trainers, which is what we are currently lacking most of all. Qualified, specific trainers to deliver these courses. The instruments like IMO are trying, as we discussed in the previous panels, the speed is not what we expect. I see Mr. Karkatsos looking at me. You remember, I won't reveal how many years ago we were discussing at IMO double hull tankers and goal-based standards. And better years, yes. And what you just said.
We said some people should go to jail.
And politics, of course, is there in our case and in our times as well, because the speed in which we react to various things depends on politics. I cannot fail to remember how long it took to implement ballast water management plans and how fast it took us to implement the ISPS code on the same body, on the same instrument, the IMO. So we can do better if we want to do better. But coming to your question regarding the future and the skills and the profession in the future of the maritime, of the seafarer, let's say, or in general of the shore-based personnel, I think we need to look at it in two time zones: the immediate future and the future in like 10 years' time and more. In our minds, we have a perception of the seafarer as a romantic figure that is traveling on board, getting out of, in various sports. He's more of an adventurer than of a person of a specific profession doing certain things day by day. I think this has ended. We don't have this anymore. So the seafaring profession has changed, and it's going to change even more in the future. If we want to implement all these things that we are discussing, and we are to a certain extent already, regarding decarbonization, digitalization, autonomy, smart ships, all these things, then we need other kind of people, other kind of professions. And if these are not in place, we need to create them. And this is an opportunity for the young generation. The young generation is ready for these professions because they are born in the era of internet, of using virtual reality, of using AI, of doing things on their own. It has deprived, I think, seafarers a little bit of socialization. We have internet on board now. Seafarers are having very short employments on board. They don't have time. They have very fast operations, but they can communicate with their family every day. They learn the news. They learn the news of the world, and they don't expect to get newspapers from the next port on board. So they know what's happening in the world, and this is how things should be. Of course, they also get bad news, which make them feel a bit maybe stressed. But this is how things are. And we find them more isolated on their mobile or on their phones, on their devices, rather than interacting with each other, rather than seeing them in the mess, having coffee, discussing issues that happened during operations or during drills or whatever. But this is how it evolves. This is how things are and how things will be in the future. But it's not only that. Things will change even more because we will evolve, because we will have need of other people on board, people with other skills. And this is where I say it's a very good opportunity for the young generation, because we will need very highly skilled people, both on board and ashore. There will be a certain degree of autonomy. I agree with Mr. Kokarakis that we will not go to the fully autonomous vessels, but we will have certain degrees of autonomy. And these autonomous operations will need people to check on them. And these will be people on board and ashore. And these should be people with specific engineering knowledge, with specific IT knowledge, with specific autonomy technology knowledge, sustainability, data analysis, robotics, fuel efficiency, cybersecurity, many things. So it's changing. We are resistant to change. Personally, I am a person who is resistant to change, but I acknowledge it and try to manage it somehow. It's going to happen whether we like it or not. We're talking about AI, we're talking about virtual reality, we're talking about all this chat GDP and all these things that we feel not very comfortable with, at least us, the older generation, the elder generation. The young ones feel a lot more comfortable with them. But we're going to get there. So let's get prepared for it. We need to get prepared for this new era that is coming. There are many, many opportunities regarding professions, regarding training, and we need to take this up and do the best we can. So this is it from my side.
Thank you very much. I think you sound quite optimistic.
Yeah,
Good.
I'm an optimistic person.
Good. I have a friend, a marine consultant. He has 2 sons. They have both finished NTUA, and they are both working today as chefs in 2 different restaurants.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Vlasopoulos, how do you see emerging technologies to be implemented in shipping? In shipping as technical solution and as training?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Emerging technologies is not new. I think, every year, every decade, the industry sees technologies grow from strength to strength. So, of course, they significantly transform our industry, and as such, leads to new skill requirements, as we've been discussing today, that bring face-to-face, the training issues. For example, I've put our company as an example on how, where do we stand in this? A shift from manual operations to digital competence. Of course, we're trying to use, new technologies as much as possible. But again, we've heard today how, the human element is so important, and it won't be eroded, it won't be changed quickly. However, we do see on our day-to-day the AI-driven automation, which is assisting us in our day-to-day jobs, and is reducing what we used to do, whether ashore or on board. Systems like autonomous vessels, I think was mentioned earlier, and smart ports and predictive maintenance are becoming more, we're hearing more about them. I personally think we've got a long way to go till we see these in our day-to-day lives. However, we're realizing new skill requirements are required, and the youngsters of this industry are more fluent than the elders, and that's why I think it's very important to have that mix in any company, to bring fresh, new ideas and technologies. My digital literacy has dramatically grown over the last years, as all of us have, because that's part of our world. But how do we incorporate that on board our ships? I'm a firm believer that you want to keep ships simple. You want to keep ships bulletproof. Of course, the new technologies will help you achieve, to be more productive and efficient. But at the end of the day, these are floating factories that you cannot go down the road and get assistance from. We heard in the previous panel that, a chief engineer has to make sure he'll be able to repair his main engine or auxiliaries if and when needed. However, the ability to operate and interpret AI-powered support systems is slowly becoming into our lives. And as such, we have to be familiar with it. We need to train. We need to hear what others are doing, what options we have, et cetera, et cetera. Take the EGDIS, for example, that only, it's only recent that we've got electronic charts on board our ships, and they're integrated. Up to recently, and some ships still have paper charts on board. So, we need to be open-eyed. We can't be old school about it, but we shouldn't be jumping the gun. That's all I'm saying, because it'll open huge cans of worms thereafter. We haven't talked much about cybersecurity awareness. I think that's extremely important with regard to new technologies. It's now more important than ever for us to be very well rehearsed, both ashore but also on board, about the risks associated with all these new technologies. As we said earlier, increased digitalization exposes maritime operations to cyber threats, and we focus on training our crew, training our people to be aware of this more than ever. We have to be aware of it in our day-to-day lives, because it could be, we could be hacked, we could be, phishing emails. How many do we receive phishing emails on a daily basis? Where again, a couple of years ago, this was never the case. Therefore, new skill requirements for our people on board, not only the senior officers, the captains, but also the juniors, to be very well rehearsed and aware that every single movement, every single they could be very much responsible for a problem that was never existent in the past. So what we are doing is we're focusing on basic cybersecurity awareness training, which there are numerous available, but also the knowledge of maritime specific cyber risks, which are ongoing, and we read about them, and what strategies we need to defend each and every one of our organizations. And of course, the guidelines and the risk management protocols, which are very, very important, and how do we appreciate that, and how do we update each colleague therein. And of course, last but not least, the training. We've been talking about training throughout today, and how it's a continuous learning curve. It's not just one training and that's it. It's whether we like it or not, it's a continuous learning curve. And the rapid evolution of new technologies means that traditional maritime training must adapt one way or another. So we have to incorporate, we can't change it from one day to the other. That would be daft, that wouldn't make sense. But we do want to incorporate that with the modern era. However, of course, you're gonna get arguments, you're gonna have resistance from seafarers and ashore, and that's another that's another obstacle that we all have to tackle. But new skill requirements could be the willingness to engage in lifelong learning and the process of learning new skills, in enhancing old ones and keeping up the traditional methods, but incorporating new ways of technology and industry trends. So to conclude, because I'm hearing the beep, I think AI and automation and new technologies will not be replacing maritime professionals anytime soon. However, they have started, I think we'll all agree, they have started to be reshaping their roles, and we have to be open-eyed about it. I honestly believe both seafarers and shore staff must embrace digital skills, because competition is fierce, and we would be stupid not to incorporate new technologies. Cybersecurity knowledge and AI-driven decision making to remain relevant in the evolving maritime landscape. And of course, continuous training and the adaptability are key to successfully navigating this transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the floor?
Well, for the last 2 years, I'm living in the US, so I can sense the change there in everything. So I live in Washington, D.C., so there's a lot of unemployment right now and a lot of changes. So I think that everybody, the class societies and everybody, should also consider the fact Trump will change words like decarbonization, or actually he will challenge all those words that we have fought for many years in the shipping industry. Climate change, decarbonization. As Mr. Kokkarakis said, IMO I don't know why they stopped, but they stopped. So how do you prepare this generation probably to go to the US? Because they will definitely raise the number of shipping companies they now have. They only own 0.04% of the global fleet. He wants to have shipbuilding industry. So many things are going to change. So I think Greeks do not think like that. They just follow what Europe was instructing for so many years. So I think Mr. Hadjigoris is more, and Mr. Kokorakis could answer that.
There is a conference here tomorrow, and I was asked to say a few words about American US shipbuilding. Just to give you an idea, there are only 2 yards today in the US. Out of the 180 yards, there are only 2 yards that can build commercial ships. 1 yard has been taken over by a Korean company, Hanwha. The Philly shipyard has been taken over by a Korean company, and the other has to deliver a new ship, commercial ship, from 2017. If we talk about, as you said, the percentage of shipbuilding deliveries of the US shipyards is about 0.4%. China today is 51-52%. How many years took China to go from 5% to 35 to 53%? 35 years. So somebody can also argue that when we had the war, Second World War, in 1940 the American shipyards delivered 40 ships, and in 1943 they delivered 1,500. So if they want to do it, they can do it, my personal view. But there are certain conditions that have to be met. Remember that during the war it was 1, 2, 3 types of ships built in 2,800 copies or sisters. They will need a lot of money. They don't have the skilled labor. At this moment, with this low 0.4% that you mentioned, there is a 37% lack of manpower in the American yards, and it takes 3 times the cost of building a ship in the Far East to build one in the US, and 2 times the time. So, can they solve it? Good. I don't believe that owners will have a problem if the ship is built in China or the US, provided that whatever they deliver is competitive.
Yes, but if a Chinese ship has to pay $1.5 million port calls?
This is another issue.
That's an issue.
This is another issue. If you remember, President Trump said that he will stop the war in 1 month. Now it is 3 months plus, and Mr. Putin is playing his own game. But this is not, I think, a forum to discuss what is happening in the war. And they were supposed to make a decision about these penalties. I call them penalties of up to 1 million and up to 1.5 million, not 1 million and 1.5 million. 15 days ago, they did not proceed. I don't know. The rest you can listen to the radio. How much it will cost the American consumer to, if the penalties are applied, what will happen to the US economy. In the morning I was listening to the news, they were saying that inflation will go up to 5-6%. It's a complex problem.
It is.
But from what I have seen, and if we talk about shipbuilding again, I don't consider it viable that the US yards can replace Chinese or Korean yards or Japanese yards. That's all. Yanni?
Thank you. Having worked for 15 years in the United States and more than that here, I can tell you that I'm not sure that regulations and tariffs will help America to go ahead with shipping. My first job was in a diesel engine maker, 4-stroke, who was protected by the so-called Jones Act. American vessels had to use American equipment, but this could not bridge the gap between the price of the Japanese. I remember the name of Daihatsu, who was selling the medium speed engines for $700,000, and my company was selling the same, exactly the same engine for $2.5 million. It seems that the gap was tremendous and is not going to help the American economy. I don't know why Trump is doing that with the tariffs, but let's not forget that the big oil majors abandoned shipping practically. In my 15 years in America, I was doing jet skis and also containers. The containers were still alive. Sealand, American President Lines, Matsu Navigation, not anymore. So now we have the European firms. So the Americans are afraid of the liabilities. This is what I was doing. Legal cases, investigating accidents from the Exxon Valdez to big disasters. So I do not see a bright future for shipping in America from the standpoint of shipbuilding. Only naval ships, not commercial ships. No matter what tariffs, no matter what incentives are going to get.
Coming back to what we are discussing, ExxonMobil ordered the LNG bunkering vessels in China 10 days ago. Okay. And Yanis is talking about Navy ships. The US government, the US Navy, have issued documents to quite a few countries for the construction of small Navy ships like frigates, like corvettes, to a number of countries. Of course, nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers will not be built elsewhere because of the technology issues. But let's say standard ships are being negotiated outside the US. The US were caught with, how they call it, with their pants down because of the war in Ukraine. They have a navy that has not been modernized. And if you look at the numbers, the money that they need to modernize the navy, it's huge. Hanwha in Korea, they have already done a 20 million repair on one US Navy vessel. They have 5 more, they have contracted 5 more. HD Hyundai are doing the same, and they are doing the same in Japan. Huge repair contracts, because the US do not have the capacity to do these repairs themselves. This is the situation. Now, what Mr. Trump can do, nobody knows. Yeah, no.
Economics is important. Nobody can doubt that. But the game here is different. Trump is playing a game, a push and pull game. This is what we should understand. And the problem with the Chinese is that the Chinese today have 50% of shipbuilding capacity worldwide. And this makes them powerful militarily. There is the problem. So Trump and America wants to take that power back because the hegemony, the American hegemony is threatened. We should understand that. Economics are okay, they're playing a role, but politics is playing a role. And as Heraclius said to strengthen what Magarinas said, ta πάντα αρεί, everything changes. He said, we must have that in mind. We are living in times of big change. The past will have less or small things to teach us. We have to think differently, out of the box, as I said.
So, from my part, the Greener Shipping Summit. Oh, sorry. Again? Okay.
You've had a very, very valuable experience of getting involved because some are related to the existing fuels that we're using.
Yes.
Now that we've had this experience, which is very valuable for us to know about, what do you think of Mr. Katerigori's comment that we are one ship life away from zero requirements? Do you think that, and with burning fuels that are not related to the one that we're used to working with, do you think that this can be done? Can you think that it will be possible to weed out all the problems and successfully burn these fuels in one ship life?
Very complicated to answer. It's very complicated to to answer. What I'm seeing is that oil is not getting down. Oil is not getting down. It's still stable, flattening. And this is a matter of reality. There is other reason and other logic that is ruling the market. But is something that is positive is the fact that in a way or another, also for the next generation, not only for our generation, we need to have a greener planet. But again, we need to afford it. This is something that I'm really convinced. I mean, we can have very good ideas, and there's a starting point, but then we need to put on the floor what we can really do. So the transition should be affordable. And so in the way or in the other, a business case, a global one, should be considered because, I mean, we are in some way interconnected. The fact that the Chinese is managing and ruling right now the shipbuilding market is a fact. Maybe Korean will revamp because they have competence, but they have a huge problem of finding the manpower, and the cost is high. So, I mean, there is a discussion about to have delocalization in South Asia. I mean, there are all these drivers, but in a way or another, the shipbuilding is over there. So, to have a single answer is very difficult. I don't know if answer to the question, but it's okay.
Natasha and Yanniman. Let Natasha say a few words.
Question for the audience.
Question to the audience or question?
For the audience.
Okay. Natasha. Ένα λεπτό.
I just want to make an underlining note here in terms of competencies and training, because this is the subject of the panel. There is a key message we want to convey to all of you here, not we as Lloyd's Register, we as panelists, I suppose. The work that has been concluded to date has not found new competencies that are needed for seafarers. What this means is that the industry will not start from scratch when it comes to alternative fuels and new technologies. Of course, we need to reshape the training, and we need to provide lifelong learning, combine hard skills and soft skills. It is the KUPs that will need to be readdressed and changed. By KUPs, we mean knowledge, understanding, and proficiency, and it directs to the physical and chemical properties of the new molecules. This is all. Thank you.
Does the panel agree? Please raise hands. I don't agree.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Again.
I have a burning question that I would like to, with your permission, to ask you, the audience. Shipping is transferring 85% of, or maybe more, of world commerce, and emits less than 3% of world carbon dioxide. Here we talk about decarbonization of shipping, and we forget, or maybe not in the same intensity, we put laws and we forget aviation is fine, but the big cement factories, power factories, we talk about electric cars that are burning electricity which comes from coal, which is worse than crude oil, definitely. So how many of you believe, please lift your hands, that shipping is going to change the climate in the future? Whoever believes that shipping is dangerous to the climate, please raise your hand.
Yeah, I think one of the problems is that the shore industry can be regulated. Consumption of dirty coal is going down, and China have promised they will. I mean, bulk carrier owners are worried that the transportation of coal will go down. We have nuclear. We have, I mean, and we talk about transportation of crude oil, but transportation of crude oil is not only related to shipping. So we have, I mean, Italian power stations, I don't know how you have managed it, but they are still burning 1% fuel oil. Everybody else is burning 0.1. Mediterranean is becoming a SECA area, and the Italian, some Italian, I'm not talking about all Italian, some Italian power stations have managed to burn 1% heavy fuel oil. So it's not only about shipping, and the problem with shipping, in my view, is that it's not effectively regulated.
But does not have very good lobbyists.
Say, like, okay, first step one. Last one.
My name is Chris Megas, ex-banker, now currently a financial advisor in industry of rope, marine ropes. Excuse me for my throat because I had a cold recently. Marina said before that young people are ready to be educated in new technologies in the marine education. How this justify the number of lack of number of crew for vessels in Greece? Because there are many thousands of missing crew.
Yes, I understand. How comes, and we don't have enough officers or seafarers in Greece?
Yeah.
Although I think that young people are ready to be trained.
Yeah.
I said young people are ready to be trained to the new positions. They are the focus group of the new skills that we will need in shipping. It is very essential, if you were talking about attracting young talents in shipping and retaining people also, it's essential to understand that the young generation has a different mindset than we had. So they need other things. And the only way to attract young people to the shipping profession is to give them the status that scientists have in other professions. And this is the time to do it, because now we need them. We need IT engineers, we need robotics, we need drone engineers, we need all these people who should be very highly skilled. And so now is the time to get these people to shipping. And if I may, being a woman, now is the time to get women in shipping in these positions as well. Thank you.
This is a good idea, but how be achieved this?
We will have to achieve it because we will need these new skills. It's up to us to advertise what we need as an industry. If young people know that this is what we need, and if the universities and academies offer these new degrees, let's say, then we will get them. But we need to tell them what we need.
Yeah, but I thought that should be coordination between public and individual sector, marine sector. that organize a program for attracting the young people.
Yes, of course, of course. It's not individually. It shouldn't be individually done. This should be something that we should do as an industry, as a whole.
Yeah.
Not each one of us separately. Yeah.
How is there any effort taken by shipping companies coordinate to the government, let's say, to assist in this project?
I'm not sure if there is a dedicated project going on. If somebody knows, please interrupt.
So there is indeed. So the UN Global Compact, through the Ocean Stewardship Coalition, we are driving an initiative now after the training project with, in collaboration again with the ICS and the ITF, on recruitment and retention, in attracting young talents. And also there is the issue of diversity put on the table. We don't want to waste, I think, more time from the panel, but currently women's participation is as low as 1.25, I believe. There is a goal to raise this to 50% by 2050. But this is another study, another project.
Just to make a comment.
The idea was that it should be in a program by offering to new students in home accommodation free of charge to be an attractive element for them.
I any ideas to be discussed if we want to attract people in shipping. What I have to tell you, because I was working for a company that was using the Greek flag exclusively, at this moment there is no Greek officer, competent Greek officer unemployed.
How this justified, you said, by having thousands of lack of people joining?
Because they don't want, more people do not want to go to sea. I mean, the academies are not full, correct? 30-40% from what I remember, from the academy students, they were not joining a ship. They were getting their ticket, and they were joining the Coast Guard, they were joining a ferry because they wanted to be home every night. We have to think about what has to be done. Just to give you an idea, and please do not shoot me, the offshore industry today is offering 1 month on, 1 month off, and quite a lot of money.
These days, in the shipping newspaper, that there is a shortage of many thousands of people.
Yes, and this is why maybe Greek companies do not this at this moment, but if you look at what huge Japanese companies, for example, are doing and what the oil majors are doing, they are trying to develop schools in third world countries. It's a solution.
Why we don't develop schools in Greece?
Because people at this moment, with what the industry is offering them, are not interested. And tourism, by the way, is a big issue. When tourism is down, during the crisis years, the schools were full. Correct me if I am not. Today, the schools are not full because people work in part-time jobs or short-time jobs, seasonal jobs in tourism, and they can go through the winter. In the company that I was working, we had Greek cooks, and a few years, say around year 2010, we could not find Greek cooks because every summer they were going and they were working in tavernas on the islands. So we went to Filipinos. So it's a big question, a big discussion, how to attract people in shipping. My personal view is that the quality of, if we talk about the Greek fleet, the quality of Greek fleet has improved a lot. They have to be able to cope with new technology, not today, but maybe tomorrow. And their job is getting, in my view, from what I have seen when I served on board a Greek ship, their job is easier. If they get used that they are not at home, their job is easier. I mean, when in 1980s, when I joined the vessel, there was no question about sending a workshop on board. Today, everything is done by workshops. The officers are becoming operators, not maintenance staff. The issue, of course, with what the officers are doing is that when I was at sea in the 80s, we were spending 10 days, 15 days in South American ports, and we were enjoying our life. Today is you come in, you discharge, you don't go ashore, and you leave. So a lot of things have to be discussed and changed. Thank you for your question. Now, as far as the subject of the summit is concerned, I believe we are finished. George will close the summit, but the people who want to stay and discuss politics, please stay.
Thank you very much for staying with us. We had 3 very interesting panels today. We started with enhancing maritime education for the next generation seafarers, and we heard about the new technologies, VR, AI-driven training, but we also heard that hands-on training should still stay, and we also heard about soft skills and hard skills. The second panel addressed the collaboration between academia and the various industry sectors. And of course, it's very important, for shipping companies to support academia and join with them and do some projects about, the new regulations and the new training requirements. And of course, the efforts to do the reskilling, of the people that are studying in the universities, in the academies, is very important to be able to handle the new technologies as this approach. And our last panel was about changing the training needs, not reshaping, as some people said, and how we will be able to deal with the new technology. And we have heard about the new initiatives on baseline training for the different new fuels that are coming up, and how the companies, need to develop their digital skills and be able to incorporate the knowledge and make sure that cybersecurity does not influence their operations, and what new competencies are needed. I would like to thank you again for attending this conference, and we have a nice lunch awaiting for you outside, so please join us for this lunch, and we can discuss further on these new ideas.
And politics.
And politics.